time again for a new DIY, and you see already on the table are the tumbling tile blocks. We have here, of course, I always say with the tumbling tile blocks, I never know how much I use, but always make sure that you have 4 until 5 packages laying around to make the DIY. Of course, I have here my container with everything inside, some brushes, markers, scissors, and of course my mud pot, some twine, and of course my wood glue. What would we do without them? I have here my paint, and of course I use most of the time my creamy color. And here you see an old saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. What we're going to make, we are going to make a dresser, a kind of a cupboard piece. We will see how this will turn out. So I have no idea, but I tried several little cupboards and of course dressers, how you call it. So you can find a lot of them on this channel, but also on our other channel, Decor Easy. So go ahead, check it out, and of course we will see how this one turned out. So you see already I placed 8 blocks and 8 blocks over here, so in total 16 blocks. We are going to start from bottom until the top. So first we're going to do some glue on the longer side of the smaller side, but the longest side, and just roll them together. Very easy, this way. And we do a number 7, and number 8 is of course the closure up. We're going to squeeze it from within and then until the end and make a nice straight line over here, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. We do here the same. We just give the side a little bit of the glue. Don't always do too much, because I always do too much glue, but that only works against you. And I really have my opening already so small. So, but maybe it's the way I squeeze my glue. Again, squeeze it, and we're going to press it together this way, and we're going to wipe away. We're going to give it a couple of minutes. So now I place one on the side very carefully because it is not dry yet, and we make a nice thin line of glue over here. And we're going to place them together, because if we only wait a couple of minutes, like a lot of you already know, you still can fill in the open gaps, and you don't have to fill them up with wood filler or something else. So this is already a 1, and we're going to place this aside, and now we're going to go for the first stage of our dresser. So now I'm going to place this one on the side. I always have my second mat over here, and I can easily place it over until here, and so it can dry over there and it doesn't bother us on our space. We are going to get 13 blocks. So I have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So you have 13 blocks, and what you're going to do, you're going to place them on the smallest side. So not the flat side so easily, just the smallest one. So this way and this way. And now we're going to very easy do some glue on the middle part, and we do it here, and we're going to roll them also together. And this, and over here. And this is very easy to do. The only thing what's a little bit tricky is to squeeze them together, because it's a little bit of a longer row. But I always say just take your time, because time is everything. Sometimes we want to do it too fast. And already number 12 and number 13 is the closure up. Then we're going to squeeze it from within, the same like we do when it's flat on our table. Then we're going to, and you see already it wants to pop up. And we're going to make one big block out of it. We're going to wipe away, and we're going to straighten it out again. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes. And what we're going to do now, in the meantime, we're going to get 4 blocks. And we're going to lay them flat on the table. And again, 4 blocks, and also flat on the table. We're going to do the longer side. Oh, you see already he is running away, the longer side over here. And number 3 and number 4 is again the closure up, squeeze it. We do here the same. And this is 1. And this is a number 2 and number 3. and we're going to squeeze them and make sure that we have a nice straight line. And we do here the same, and we're going to give them a couple of minutes. So we're going to place this one straight up. We're going to do some glue on the side, on this side. And we're going to place it against this one. And we do here the same. And we're going to place this one over here. And make sure that you have a nice straight line. And give it a little bit of pressure. And work your way to the outside if it is not straight, because you want a straight opening of your dresser. And we're going to work with it and give it a little moment of time to dry in. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes. So now we are going to move this one also to the other mat, and we're going to let this dry there also. Before you're going to place it there, always feel with your fingers if everything is still in the place you want to have it, because when it's really drying in, you can't move it anymore. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make now the bottoms, the rest of the bottoms and the top, because this was only one piece of the dresser, but now we're going to do the rest. I have here 8 again, and I have again also, I think also 8 if everything is correctly. Yes, I have. So I'm going to do repeating the same. So this will be bottom number 2, and I'm going to easily roll them together. Don't worry, I'm not going to do everything together with you. So I'm only going to do this one, and then the rest I will do a little faster. So number 7 and number 8 is the closure up again, the same like we did with the first one. And this is number 4. Number 5 and number 6 and number 7, and the last, oh, you see already, and number 8. And we're going to squeeze it from within, and we're going to do the ending, squeeze it from the inside, and then we're going to work to the outside. And we're going to let this dry in also a couple of minutes again. So also this one we're going to lay on the side. We do some glue over here. Oh, a little bit more over here, or else it doesn't glue. And we're going to place them together, and we're going to fill in the open gaps again to make sure that we get a nice plank this way. And of course this one we're going to place away also. I make the other 3 because we need 5 of this one for the bottom and 1 for the top. So you have 4 drawers, and you have 5 bottoms, which of course one of them will be the top. So we gave all of them again and half, at least a couple of minutes, and half hour I would already say. And we're going to do some glue on the side again, over here, and we do here the same. And make sure that you have it on each block, so it glues a little better. And we're going to place them down, and make sure that you have a nice straight line again. Also over here, we're going to fill in the gaps, because you see already I have a couple of gaps, and that's not what we want. And if we don't wait too long, we still can easily fix it. And we have here the same, because at least my blocks are not totally straight, but I hear from a lot of you who have the same problem. So I'm just going to fill it in and make sure that we get a nice piece. And we're going to let this dry. So if everything is correctly, you have 5 pieces of 2 times 8, because this is 16 in total. And so you have 5 pieces for your, at least the outside of your cupboard dresser. We're going to place them aside on my other mat, and we're going to let it dry, because if you're going to work with it now, everything will break. What we're going to do, we're going to do the next step, and that will be the layering. We already did one, but we're going to do now the rest. Here already I have again 3 times 13 blocks on here, and you see, because we already made 1 piece in between, we need 3, because in total we need 4 pieces. So we are going to make 3 because we already have 1. We do some glue on the wider side of the block and we're going to roll them very easy and simple, and take your time for it because it's still relaxing also to do such a DIY. At least it gets me very now you call it peaceful. I don't know if you say that word peaceful, that sounds strange, but of course you know what I mean. So I'm going to row them together. I'm almost there. Number 11 and number 12, and of course number 13 is the closure up. We do here the same, and so we go on and on until we have all the rows done. Of course I will do the other one a little faster, so this will be already. And I think the dresser will be useful for a lot of things because he is not too big and not too small. He's also maybe great for jewelry, maybe for earrings, and he can be used for maybe in your kitchen for recipes, because I was thinking the recipes is also very nice a place to use, or maybe some herbs you can use, place them inside. So they are not really big, the dressers. That's what I like about, because not everyone has a really big space to decorate or use for other things. So I think this is a nice size, but of course let me know in the comments if you like the size. We're going to squeeze it and we're going to press it, and this way, and we're going to squeeze it. And of course I should have done it from the inside out, but sometimes I'm a little impatient, so I'm going to place it over here, and now I'm going to make sure that I give it a couple of minutes rest. And you see already on the table, here are the 3 pieces of 13. I place them on the side because, and then if you do them on the side, give with your fingertips a little bit of pressure so you get a nice smooth top, because if you place it this way and you just squeeze it and you don't do anything with it, then it's possible that it's a little bit wobbly. So place it when it's dried up for a couple of minutes, just carefully, and press it to the bottom. That means that you get a nice straight line also on top, and then give it a little squeeze on the side, and again this way. And so you do with all 3 of them. Now you see I have 4 pieces over here and 4 for this one. So we have here 4 and we have here 4 for the sides. Here will be 1, here will be 1, here, here, here and here. So we're going to row very easy these 4 blocks on the smallest, longest side together, and this way, and we're going to place it. And this is a nice the measurements are nice. I was forgetting what I was trying to tell you. So I mean, the size is very sometimes difficult to find for the smaller blocks. I also made dresses with the bigger blocks, and this is a little bit easier to work with, because the smaller blocks is always a task to count out and what is nice, because it's never totally fitting. At least if you don't want to saw it. And this time I don't want to saw the pieces, because not everyone has a jigsaw or a saw laying around, or someone who can do it. So this time I really want to do it only with the blocks, and that you don't have to saw it out. Of course, if you have a saw you can do anything, then it doesn't matter. But it's also a challenge just to do it without the saw. So I hope I can I hope I can imagine it. That's not a great word. I hope I can make it. I keep it simple. I hope I can make it without sawing. So this is one, and now the last 4, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes. I'm going to place 1 down, and I'm going to try it a little bit on a different way. The other one I did straight up. I'm going to try if this will work a little bit better. So we're going to give it some pressure on one side and on this side. So I have no idea if this works better or not. We will see. Maybe just do it the way you think it's better for you, because I can't tell you how you must glue your pieces, but I think I can give it a little bit more power to it if I'm placing it down, of more pressure to it. So I don't know if I am right about it, but we will see. So I'm going to place this one also down. I'm going to do some glue again on this longer side and place it at the ending. Squeeze it, and we're going to do here the same. And so we do all 3 of them, and then in total of all, and then we have in totally here we have 4. If everything is correctly, you have 4 pieces. Of course, I have to wipe away the glue and feel with my fingers so I have a nice smooth place. And now this way, and the last, and we're going to place this one at the ending also over here, and we do here. And of course I need to work with it because I already see he's sticking out. And we're going to place this one on top of here, and we're going to go over with our fingers because that's the way you feel the best. At least I feel the best. And this way. And now we're going to let it dry. And you see already, here is number 4 we already made earlier. This is how he's looking like. So it's very easy. And we're going to give it a couple of at least a half hour rest before we're going to build the dresser together. So I have here now my 4 pieces, and of course I have my 5 pieces of my bottoms. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my bottom and I'm going to do some glue on the underside. And we're just going to easily do some glue around here and around here. And we're going to place it on the almost the ending, not totally, but almost. So we are going to give it a little bit of pressure to get it fitting. On the side he is almost fitting, so the sides are perfect, and only for the back side you leave a little opening. I hope you can see it that it's not totally straight to the back side, but a little. So you can also easily can turn it around and just feel with your fingers and look where you want to have it. So you can easily get it in the middle and then give it some pressure over here. And we're going to place this aside. This is already one. We're going to get another one. Place this down. Of course, we're going to do some glue on the underside. Over here. And if you have glue which is coming out, get your small brush and easily get it away with your wet kitchen towel. Again, we're going to place it on the back side. We're going to turn it around so we can easily see where we are at. And so we get the same like we did with the other one, because you want to have it a little bit the same over here, and give it some pressure. And again, place it aside for a moment. We do here the same. And of course, I do this together with you so you know exactly what I'm doing. And of course, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I'm really sorry about that. But it's a lot of people enjoy the step by step. So maybe you can skip forward if you don't like it. So again, I'm going to turn it around, fill it in and press it down. Of course, be careful because it's not totally dry yet. And you see also, here are things also going wrong. So don't worry about it. Just press it together again and make sure that you have it in a straight line. So you saw already also mine did broke out. I have one last piece. And then if everything is correctly, you have one bottom over for the top. Over here. And I'm going to place this one also to the back side. Turn it over. And make sure that I have it over here and fitting nicely. Again, squeeze. And try to get, if you look to all the back sides, the same like I do, that almost everyone is a little the same. So, and if it doesn't, just work with it. Place it a little bit to the back side if you think it's a little bit too much. Again, squeeze it. And we have here the number 4. And what we're going to do right now is very easy. We're going to build it up. And now I hope that everything will fit together. I have really no idea, but we will see. And now we're going to place this one on top And again the same like we did with the other, a little piece of overlay, not too much. I feel with my fingers and then give it a little bit of pressure. I do here the same. And this, just take your time for it. That's the most important. Just take your time. Again, we're going to build this one up also. Make sure that you have a piece of overlay, and that's why I do the back side to myself, so I can easily see what I'm doing and how many you see already. Then you get a nice, it's not a structure. Oh my, it's a texture. Sorry. So again, I'm going to squeeze it and make sure that I have the same. And now I'm going to do the last layer of this one. And I'm going to do some glue. And we're going to place the last on top. And we're going to give this also some pressure. And make sure and feel with your fingers. So, and this way. And now we only need the last piece. And that's of course the top. And we're going to give it some glue. And now we only need to make sure that we have this one over here. I have to look for that. The nicest side will be on the front. And this way. And I'm going to place it over here. Make sure that I have the same overlay that I have on the old pieces. And now I'm going to let it dry in for a couple of minutes. And then I'm going to give it some pressure with some, I have from this kind of weight, that are from the little weights. I show it to you in a moment. That's better that I'm telling you in English. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So you see this in a moment. And you see, this is what I mean. This is a weight from the older days. I collect them. So I have them laying around in my home because I love them. I'm going to give it a little bit on the ending. And I do here the same. And this is all, both of them the same weight. So this is 1 kilo. So I don't know how you call it in English. At least we call it 1 kilo. So, and I'm going to do it on the corners, not on the front, or else he will be breaking. Do it on the back side, a little on the corner. Place it at the ending and a little bit on the side. And then we're going to let this dry at least for an hour. So I place the outside of the dresser on this side over here to let it dry further. What we're going to do, we're going to make our drawer. We are going to do 6 blocks. So very easy, just do the longest side. We do over here, place them together. And this one. And number 5 and number 6 is the closure up. You're going to squeeze it. And this way on the side, make sure that you have a nice straight line. Wipe away the glue from the top and make sure that you have, look for that everything is in a straight line. What we're going to do, we're going to get 2 blocks. We do the top and we're going to place them together this way and give it some pressure. And then we're going to wipe also the top. For the glue, give it a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes, place the 2 block on the side, do a little bit of glue, and we're going to place them against this one and make sure that you fill in the open gaps and squeeze it and wipe away the glue. We're going to place this on the side. Ooh, you see, I'm sorry for the noise. What I'm going to do is again 2 blocks, 2 blocks, 2 blocks over here, and this will be of course 2 blocks on the front. I have to count. If everything is correctly, we need this 2 blocks, so we need 1 of 2, 2 of 2, 3 of 2, 4 of 2, 5, but 6 of 2 blocks we glue together this way. We're going to squeeze it, make a straight line, squeeze over here, and this one, and this and number 6. And of course we are going to wipe away the glue because it's a lot of glue on the top and that's not what we want. Too much glue, but if I do a little less, I always am afraid that it doesn't glue the right way. So I always use a little bit too much, you know that for me. So I'm going to give this one also a couple of minutes. Now I have my 6 pieces. 2 of them we are going to glue together. There's this one and this one. And we're going to make sure that we fill in all the gaps we have. And again, squeeze it. And make sure that you at least on one side have a straight line on one of them, because we need to make a kind of, it's not totally a square, we call it a rechthoek. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes or else it will break. In the meantime, I have again 6 blocks. I'm going to glue them together. And don't worry, like I told you earlier, I'm not going to do everything together with you. And a number 5 and a number 6. Again, squeeze them together. In totally, I did the height of 4 drawers. But of course, you can make it as high as you like. If you want to have it a lot higher, it's also fine too. So do whatever you think is right. This is already one. And now we're going to do the tops. Some glue over here. And we're going to squeeze it. And we're going to let this dry in. So I already made now all the 4 bottoms. We only need for this one, we need to glue them together. Just do a line over here, place them this way. We do a line over here. And we're going to place this one also over here. And we do here the same. And then we have our 4 bottoms of our drawers. Again, squeeze it. Make sure that you have it in a straight line. And this one. And this one. Of course, I have to go down a little to make sure that we have the right size. And we're going to give this a couple of minutes again. So I place my 4 bottoms over here. You see already these are the 4 bottoms, 6 this way, 2 on the top. Then you already have 1 bottom. This is the sides, 4 blocks, 4 blocks and 2 blocks. What we're going to do is very easy. We place them on the side and we only need to glue the sides. You do some glue on this side and on this side. And you're going to place it in. You do here the same. And over here. And we're going to place them over here. And now we're closing it up with the other one. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure. And then we're going to work with it and make sure that everything is nicely until we get one little crate. So, and this is already one of them. Squeeze it, press it down, and we're going to give this a couple of minutes rest. You see already the table is full because we have already one outside frame for the drawer, and we need of course 4 in totally. So we need again 3 extra, and we needed 6 pieces of 2 for this one. So we have in totally 18 pieces on the tables we are going to make in pieces of 2. So very easy, just row them together in the longest line. Very simple. Just go around your table and row all of them together. So you need 18 pieces of 2 and then you glue them together. Of course it's 36 blocks. I have to think there. And this is already almost the whole drawer is already finished then. So, and then we're going to decorate it, of course, or decorate it, at least we're going to do the touches, the last touches of our drawers, because you can decorate it, of course, any way you like. I always give you just a simple inspiration. And the last 2, and this is already the last, and then I only going to squeeze all of them and make a straight line. So I placed all of them together, this two, so you need 6 blocks which are glued together. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and of course 7 and 8 are of course in drawer number 4. We're going to place them easily on the side. We're going to do some glue on this side and on this side. And we're going to place this over here. And we do here the same on this side and on this side. And we're going to place this over here. And we're going to close it up with this one. So carefully make sure that you squeeze it a little. And then we're going to let this dry. I'm going to do all the other ones also. See ready? I have 4 of the frames and we have of course 4 of the bottoms. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of the bottoms. This way I will look for the flat side, which one I like the best. I'm going to look for if I like this side the better or this side, because what I want to do, I'm going to do the longest blocks to point to myself, and the 2 blocks this way I'm going to do this way, because now I can easily see, because I want to have a straight line, my frame, a straight line on this, and have a little bit overlay on this side. So I'm going to do some glue over here, around, and of course I have to make sure that I have a little of all, and this way, and I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to look for the straight line on the back side. And here you see already he is going over a little, and I chose for this, but you can also do it in the middle, so every piece has a little overlay. I show it to you in a moment, but first it needs to dry, and then you see what I mean. And you see how the drawers turned out, and I did with my small brush, I go inside of the drawer and just removed the glue, because you don't want big pieces of glue inside. And you see, this is what I mean with a piece of overlay. You can see it over here. Oh, here this way is better. You see a piece of overlay, and you can do it on the back side and you can do it on the front side. I do it on the front side because I like a little border under here. What I'm going to do, we have 4 of them, and I'm going to get some loose blocks and I'm going to glue them as a knob in the middle. You can use a bead, you can use a piece of twine, you can use a tassel, you can use anything you like, but I'm going to go, because I like a little bit of the neutral, so I do a simple line of glue, and I'm going to glue them in the middle of the blocks and give it a little bit of pressure. The only thing I need to look for, that I have all the blocks in the same row, so I'm going to place them all after each other, so I am sure that every time I have the same measurement for my blocks, because you don't want that if you have it inside of the dresser or cupboard, you don't want that it is crooked and the line doesn't walk nicely. So I'm going to do number 3, and then I'm going to get my ruler and I'm going to look for if I have it in a straight line. And over here, and the only thing what's important, take your time for it again, for making it that everything is fitting nicely next to each other, because you don't want that later when it's dried up and you think, oh, I would have done this different. Of course you can always give your own twist on it, but I'm going to let this dry, get my ruler, and I make sure that everything is in a straight line. But like I told you, I use this as a knob, but you can use anything. You see already, the dresser is also dried up, and I'm really loving how he is looking. See, I give some texture to the piece, because you didn't do it totally on the back side. So I'm really happy how this one turned out. Of course, I have here some beads. You can place some beads on each corner. You can place some beads on the top. You can decorate it any way you like. I was only thinking for doing something on top which you can write something on it, so to give it an other look, but I have to think about it. But first I'm going to paint mine, and I'm going to paint mine of course in my creamy color. Everyone knows it already for a long time, so I'm going to take my time and paint everything inside and of course on the outside. You see already the outside of the dresser cupboard, I already painted in the white color, and I think it changed so much if only you give it a coloring. Of course I did the creamy color, but if you're going to spray paint it or you're going to wax it, be sure that you sand it first, because or else you get really stains from your wood glue, and that's not what you want. Then you can see it through, and you don't want that. I'm going to go do also the drawers, and I think I'm going to do them in the same color, but maybe I'm not, you will see. But of course, in a moment you see the quick impression, because the only thing I need to do is the drawers, and then you see how I decorated it. And yes, I told you, you see the quick impression, but you know me, you know me. I always, my mind is going and going, and I thought he is a little bit too white for me. I want to give it a little bit lighter old look with a little bit of brown. So I took my brown shoe polish. I have here a couple of blocks, and I'm going to give them a light coating over it. So very easy on all sides, back side, front side, and the sides. And then I'm going to get my kitchen towel, and I'm going to wipe them clean, and I'm going to try to place them next to my drawers. I don't know if it will succeed, because I didn't count on it to do it, or else I should have done it earlier, but I think I'm going to give it a try. So you see in a quick impression, but not immediately. You see a little moment. We're going to give it a little bit more, yeah, I don't know, a little bit more of coloring. So you see already, I did color 8 of them in the brown color, and now I'm going to try to squeeze them inside of my drawers. Of course, it's not going to be perfect, but I think I have it in my mind, so I want to try it. But of course, if you don't like it, just don't do it. I'm just going to give it a try, and I tell you if it works or not. It was a little bit of squeezing. And it was really hard to get it in, but I did get them in, and I'm really happy how they are looking like. Of course, I did it in the brown color, but you can do it in any color you like. Now I'm debating if I am going to do 4 blocks and 2 on top of here, to give also the top a little bit of a different look. So that will be very easy. I'm probably going to get my wood glue, and I'm going to glue this together and glue this two on top, but you see that in a moment. I have my wood glue, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do 2 of them together, this way, and this two together, and this two, and I'm going to give it the top a little bit of a texture, because you can also do some Christmas tree on top. You can do some maybe a rooster, a little kind of roosters on top. You can change it up. It's just for which season you using it. This is a dress you can use for any season and for any place in your home. So I'm just going to give it a neutral look, but you can change it up any way you like. Now I'm carefully going to place this one on the side. Do a little bit of glue, place it down, and make a piece of 4 out of it. Squeeze it. And now we're going to do for this one, we do a small little line with glue, and we're going to place this one in the middle. So very easy, and everyone can make this. And of course, if it breaks apart, just glue it together again and then work with it, because it's so easy to do, because your wood glue is still not dried up. And this is a little bit what you get. And I'm going to give it a couple of minutes rest, and then I'm going to give it also a little bit of my shoe polish in a brown color. So, and you see already I did my piece in my shoe polish, and you see already, that's why I wanted to show you. I did make my piece, but before I did my shoe polish on top, I didn't sand it. And you can see already in the pieces where the blocks are connected is a lighter spot, and you see already that's where the wood glue is. And of course you wipe away the wood glue with your kitchen towel, which is wet, but you never get the stain really out unless you're going to sand it. So this is a lesson for me to learn. Of course you have to sand it first and then do some shoe polish, but I also want to show you things are going wrong, so be careful. Just sand it before you're going to do your wax or spray paint on top of here. I'm going to glue it on top, and then you see in a moment a quick impression, because I will work this way.
Diane here with a new DIY for you today. Again with, how can it be else, tumbling tower blocks. these are the blocks for the ones new here. Welcome. These are the blocks that Jenny and I use. They're 5 centimeters tall and 2 or 1 centimeter wide. I don't know that anymore. And they come in these packages. We buy them online. For just €3, you can get 45 pieces. We buy them at a shop which sells party stuff like decorations, clothing, but also games. And of course, this is a game. So yeah, we buy these online once in time, and then yeah, big bunch comes in because they're not always in stock. Today I want to make some sort of, yeah, razor idea plateau, which you can put on a side table, a salon table, a nightstand, whatever you want to call your desk. Totally up to you. I like to do something in black and white today, and therefore of course we need these blocks, but we'll also need some wooden beads. And I got wooden beads from Action. Action is a shop here similar to Dollar Tree, and they sell wooden pieces. Like I have this bag here. I just put everything in an IKEA bag. Here you see the beads. These big ones. I have no idea what I paid for that, but it wasn't much. They also have more cute items like these. Just wooden figurines, flowers, a tulip, of course, Dutch tulip land. They have houses, a heart, completely cute. But today I'll go for the, come here you, the beads. Oh yeah, I also have a set of buttons in various sizes. This is just my stash with random stuff that is made out of wood. And also have letters, Scrabble letters, everything. And, very important, wood glue. This stuff comes from Action too. I don't know if you know the brand, Patex, but I think this one was €2 and it lasts super long. Don't forget to close the cap when you're done. Otherwise, your nozzle can get stuck. Yeah, it always gets a little bit dirty. But that's no big deal. I think we did enough talking for now. Let's just start crafting. First thing what I want to do, yeah, and I'm going to talk again, but I want to explain you what I do, because Jenny and I like to do everything step by step so you can follow this DIY for yourselves at home. What we're going to do, I'm going to make a big plateau. And first we need to determine how big we want the plateau to be. Something like this would be nice. Or is it too big? Maybe this is better. Let me just see how it looks. Oops, I'm doing it wrong. It has to be this way. 4, and then we get 3 here in between. Now this will be the outer rim. And I also want to have a pattern inside, but what I'm doing right now, don't think that will be working out anymore. Nope. We need these to be like so. Otherwise, we can stack our blocks. Yeah, we can. Then you have to sew everything. And I'm not a big fan of that, because I can't sew straight. And you gotta work very neat. But if you want to try it, just give it a try. What I want to do is check if I'm able to make a pattern or something somehow, just by putting in these. And then I would love to have something like this, but I think we need an extra row for that. I don't know if it will work out, so that's why I just, you know, try practicing it without any glue. Now I hope that everything turned out the way as I have it in my head. Make sure that we put everything nice and clean, otherwise we can't measure well. Oh, I don't know if you're hearing the rain, but it's raining pretty hard suddenly. Look, now we can put in these. 1, 2, 3. Do we want that or don't we want that? Or, now I'm thinking of this, why just don't we look like this? Like some sort of chessboard. That would be a nice idea, wouldn't it? Yeah, maybe that's a nice solution. These got to turn. This one got to turn as well. And then you get different patterns, but also different colors of blocks. I think that looks really cool. Some sort of checkered print. Maybe Mackenzie Child inspired. That's how we could call it for today. Okay, now what if I want an extra rim around to have some sort of neutral base? How am I going to do that? Maybe if I do this and then la la la, put blocks around. Will it work? I don't think so. Nope. This would have been a nice idea. Maybe we just do it without the rim. Okay, I'm going to puzzle it a little bit because I'm not completely happy, but I like the idea of a checkered board here. Is this an idea maybe that we fill up the outer parts with 2 of these? Oh no, suddenly it doesn't fit anymore. Nope, this is too big. Okay, that is a pity. I hope that yeah, then we need 1 extra rim, and then we would have succeeded. Yeah, and then it will be an uneven thing. So no outer rim for me today. Just take these away. We're going to leave it like this. But that gives us a nice start of gluing. Just taking these 3 all out. And just hopefully I can lay them down like that. Okay. First, grab the wood glue. I will show you how I like to glue. Just put 2 of these blocks up and the other one I left them down. Then we take the wood glue. Just gently pour a little bit of glue. It doesn't have to be super much. You can just let that work. Today it's pretty warm, so I'm not going to do that. I'm gently rubbing in and spreading out the glue evenly. This is how it looks. And the last step, put these together. Now, for some extra help, I just get 2 blocks and push everything together pretty hard. Also, don't forget this side. We just let that glue be, but if you want to wipe it away with your finger, you can use a tissue paper or a wet or damp cloth. Totally up to you. I'm going to glue the rest. I will speed it up and then let it dry for about half an hour, and then we can assemble the whole bottom floor. Okay, I think we're ready to start gluing further. Let me see, is everything, yeah, laying down just as I wanted it to be. What is this smart idea? Working from the back to the front or from the front to the back? Let's see, everything loose. Oh, this one is pretty hard. This one is the hardest. Yeah, that one had the most glue. I think you just start doing all the sides first. Doesn't matter if you're still seeing a little bit of white, this glue will dry up transparent, so no big deal. At least not for now. Gently apply some glue. I'm doing the same thing again. First I'm going to rub a little bit. Then gently push, rub, and push, and go on until you're completely done. I think for now, I'm going to do it differently. I'll try to do this, the top section, but also the side parts. give it a gentle rub and place it in here. And do the same thing with these ones. Work quick, otherwise this glue is starting to drop down, and then you glue down your whole creation to your crafting mat. And that can be pretty hard to get rid of. This one here. And here I'm trying to keep the flask upside down, so I don't have to wait that long until the glue starts coming out. Oops, not that side. That is the end. We don't need the end part to be glued. Let me grab some blocks because I want to push it together real tight. I'll do that in the middle line here. And here as well in the middle lines of the already glued parts. Yeah. Ooh, started to move. Did you saw that? Going to rub down all the spilled glue. You might be wondering, why don't we paint first? Well, I will explain. I'm afraid that when I'm going to paint it first and then glue it together, that the glue doesn't stick so well anymore. At least that is my experience. I once painted everything and then I glued it down and the whole thing came, you know, it fell apart. So that's not what we want, but that might be different from the glue you're using. So that's totally up to you. If you think that is safe, or if you have experienced that it is safe to first paint and then glue, then be my guest, but I'm not going to try it. I don't want to take the risk today. Okay. Take those blocks out again. Do the whole same thing. Just push and push and push. I'm going to use painter's tape when we paint. So hopefully, there we are. Hopefully that gives me the chance to work a little bit neater, but you can also do it just loose out of the wrist, as we say here in the Netherlands, without any tape. That is up to you. I'm leaving this to dry. I'm actually pretty happy with how it looks right now. And while we're waiting, I think I still already can take the measurements of how long the top section needs to be. Oh, wait a minute. It's going to be bigger. I had 4, but now something is going wrong. I'm missing something. Or had I... No, I didn't have this in mind either. Maybe I made a mistake calculating everything. I'm going to recalculate because I want to have something like this. I need 4 here on this side. Or... yeah, I think that there was still a layer here. Well, then I'm going to glue those sides on too, because we can't go without it. Nothing to do about it. So we need 4 by 3 by 4 by 3. Let me take the other ones out. We're going to glue those afterwards. Stack of 4. A stack, 2 stacks of 3, and another stack of 4. We just might glue these right away while we're waiting for everything to dry, because now I'm sure that everything will fit nice and easily. So let's continue here and then here. This is number 1. Sometimes my experience is that the blocks are starting to, how do you call that, shape shift. When they first were completely straight like that, and if you put glue in it, something, yeah, like this happens. Maybe that's because of the moist that enters from the glue inside of the wood. That could be a possibility. I don't know. I'm not such a technician, so I can't say for sure. Good. I think the easiest way, by the way, is paint everything white first, and then the parts that we want to have in another color, we can paint that in another color. In this case, it will be black. Okay, let's gently push and push here as well to get the outer parts into the right position. Some block flew up a really tiny little bit. Okay. Hopefully no drippers as far as I can see. Let's feel here. Everything is good. Everything is good. Well, let's wait till this is dry, and I'm going to make the frame that we will lay upon here, because that's where I want to use the beads for. Just making a pattern like that, putting beads here, and then so that it hovers some sort of like this on top of the whole plaque that you're seeing here. Painting time. The floor panel is dry. Everything is glued and solid. Now I take out my can of white paint. This stuff just comes from the construction market. No sponsored thing, anything. We just bought it ourselves, and it's just plain white paint that still needs a good stir, I think. Oh, well, it's pretty good actually. Here you can see it, just plain white paint. I'm also using an old brush. I don't mind personally using old stuff. Just clean it in the sink, and well, this stuff really looks ruined and worn, but that's because we repaint a lot with it. Open the can, close it again, paint our project. Well, open the can, paint our project, and close it again. First, everything needs to be white here, and when it's white, I can just start making, well, these type of blocks black. Oh, something fell. I have no idea what that was. I think something in the toolbox. Okay, well, let's go. The top section that needs to go over here also is dry, so I'm going to move the blocks a little bit here. I'm going to paint that one as well. Now I have a really big of a challenge. Will this fit together? Yay, it does. Good. Then I'm going to paint this one too. Oops. Let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Well, time to finish the paint job here. Therefore, I want to use black paint. This is blackboard paint, also from Action, and this is from their home brand. What is it? Oh yeah, here. Spectrum. And that's their home brand for paint. They also have really good spray paint from Spectrum. But today we're using this blackboard paint. Why the blackboard paint and not normally black paint? Well, the coverage of this stuff is really phenomenal. Now, the opening is a harder job. It's really gooey stuff, but nonetheless, it's nice stuff to work with. I also have two watercoloring brushes, but they perfectly work for acrylic paint and other kind of paint types. I have the smaller one because I was saying I want to do it with painting tape, but I don't think that's really a good idea. So I have the smaller one here, so I can start with that tip in the corner and make hopefully a really straight line. Try to lay down your hand if you have, just as I have, shaky hands. And then I'm going to draw the pattern. Well, if I'm just accidentally putting black on the spot where there should be white, then afterwards, after the paint is dry, the black paint, I'm going to fix that one with a really small pencil with white stuff. But for now, I'll think I'll just stick to these two, and this big one here is for the bigger parts, and these for the outer corners and the lines. Let's go. of the plaque here is done, and I just rearranged how many beads I want there to be. So you can see how it looks, just like this. And I could add more, but I think that is a little bit too much because we have already quite a busy print here. I think I'll leave it this way. And I also love that in between the two blocks, here, there, there, and so on, is a bead. Now, I know how many I need now, so I'm carefully going to take them off and give them a paint job. Just plain white. Let's put these away so we can have the full space here available for the beads. What's the easiest thing to do? I have no idea. Maybe we can stick something small, like, for example, the scissors in here, but is that big enough? Yeah, then we need to press on it, but then it won't let go anymore. Well, I guess I just do it with the fingers, and afterwards I wash my hands. They're already pretty dirty from the black paint, so guess that will do. I think it is time to assemble the painted beads to the board. And therefore, I was in doubt if I want to use the hot glue gun or this one, and I'm going to choose this one. Hopefully it will work out well. Just apply some gently amount of glue on the part where the hole is. And I think I want to have it as much out towards as it can be. Oh, it was already attached. Well, am I happy with the position? I can still move around a little bit. There we are. I hope it sticks. I think it does. And first I want to do the four corners, and then I work my way in. Just like this. I'm going to work my way around the whole board. Time to apply the whole thing together. I'm just going to pop some glue, wood glue, on every tip of the bead, and then hopefully the thing will stick. If not, then we have a problem. Then I'm going to remove it, and then I also have to remove all the glue first before we can apply how do you call that, hot glue. I really don't want hot glue, to be honest, on this one, because I think it is a really rough surface and also an organic surface, and that's pretty hard to glue on actually. And also I've got to do a lot of beads, so I don't have that much time to wait to apply. And we all know how longer you wait, the worse your glue sticks from the hot glue gun. Okay, the big moment of truth. There we go. I think it is okay. A little bit more there. Oh wait, I have a much better solution. Just outline this way. Just as we did with the blocks. Why didn't I think of that before? I think it is perfect right now. Yeah, I'm just leaving it this way. We let it dry. I really love the checkered style, by the way. But now this has to dry really well before we can complete the DIY.
The table is full with my supplies. I have here my little box with beads. I have here my tumbling towel blocks, the smaller blocks, my container with everything inside, brushes, markers, scissors, colors, And of course the wood glue, but you can use some hot glue, but I don't recommend, especially for what we're going to make today. Of course we are going to do some paint at your choice. And of course I have here an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. We don't need. What we're going to make, a simple and easy, I think a 3-tier tray, but or a 2-tier tray, we will see, but of course with a twist, so everyone can make it and use it for their whole year round, because not everyone likes seasonal decor, so this one will be for all year round. And you see already the first step will be, we have 5 blocks and 5 blocks, and we're going to do the longer side some glue. So we do over here, we roll them together. Very easy. Number 4 and number 5 is the closure up. Number 1, number 2, number 3 and number 4 and number 5 is the closure. We're going to squeeze it. I think a lot of you already know how to do it. This squeezing, pressing, and of course wiping away the glue we don't need, because or else it will be one big mess with glue. So give it a straight line and let it dry for only a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, while these two are drying, we are going to get 4 times 2 blocks, 2, 2, 2 and 2, and we're going to do the tops only with some glue, and we place them together. We do here the same, place them together, and over here and on this one, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure over here, and this one and number 4, and we give this also a couple of minutes drying. So I gave this to a couple of minutes. I'm going to do in one of them, I'm going to do some glue on the side, but on the side where all the blocks are coming together. So this way, so now you have a straight line of your blocks. We're going to carefully squeeze it together and fill in the open gaps, and make sure that you keep a straight line as much as you can. And we're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to let it rest for only a couple of minutes also. So we have here our kind of a square. We have here the 2 blocks, and this is the 5. We're going to get 1. We all want to have them fitting over here, so we get an opening. You see here, I want to keep a little opening over here. I want this closed. I want this one closed only until here. So here needs a little cut off, and this one will be over here. And this one will be over here. Oh, you see already he's not still dried, and we're just going to place it together. It's so easy to do if you use wood glue, because you just glue it together. So I'm going to get my marker, and I'm going to make sure that I have this in a straight line. And you see, I have to cut off this piece, because this one, I have the same length over here, and so I get a nice, like this, an opening. I hope I make sense, but I show it to you in a moment. So you see, I marked my pieces. They only needs to cut off a little piece. So if you have a handsaw, it is so easy to do, and maybe some people have a cutter. You can also cut this kind of blocks. So I'm going to go to my garage, and I'm going to cut off a little piece. So you see, I did cut off simply a little piece of this too. I always, when I glue them on top of here, I glue one shorter one here, and the other one I do in the opposite direction, is here the shorter one, because that looks for the eye a little better if you stain it, or maybe only do some wax on it. But of course, if you're going to spray paint it or paint it with chalk paint, it doesn't matter, because then you don't see it. But now we're going to do some glue on all of the sides of our block, and it's almost a square. It's not really a square, but it is almost a square. So we do one over here, we do one over here, and we do one. Oh, you see where it is not what we want. Of course, we're going to wipe away the glue, because he has to need to stand up, and we do one over here. So it's very easy. Make sure that the lines are going this way, and make sure that you have it in the middle. And we have here the same in the middle, and here we're going to squeeze. And now in a moment I let this dry for a couple of minutes, and then I show you exactly how the corners are looking like, and then you exactly know what I mean. So, and this is what I mean. Now you can see the corners. The corners are just fitting on this side, and then you leave this part left open, because what I'm going to do, I did get my box of beads and I use the diamond beads, but you can also use the square beads or the round beads. What I'm going to do some beads in each corner like this, and I'm going to glue two sides of them. Of course, I have to look for on this side a little glue and on this side, and then easily place it against here. We do here the same. Of course, we do some glue on this side and on this side, and we easily glue this in this corner. And we do here the same. Always make sure that you have the opening until this side. So we do one over here and a little over here, and we're going to place it down and this way. And the last, of course, we do a little on this corner and on this corner, and then we're going to place it very carefully. Oh, I have to turn it around, of course. Oh, you see already, this is also DIYing things that are going wrong. So we are going to make sure that, of course, I don't have it. Wait, you know what I do? I am already really am so impatient. We're going to clean it up, and what we're going to do, I'm going to look for, of course, I need to do it on this side and on this side. And that's why I also show you the mistakes, because everyone makes mistakes. And we're going to squeeze it over here, and we're going to give it some pressure, and here the same. And we give it a couple of minutes drying. So we did let it dry for a couple of minutes. Now I'm going to get 4 of the same beads, and I'm going to place some beads in this middle, and in this middle. But of course, you can decorate it any way you like. Maybe you like some glitter stickers to go over it. Everyone has their own taste, so just go ahead, decorate it any way you like, because this is really something what is your taste. I'm just going to show you what you can do. You don't have to do it. And I'm going to do this one and place this one in the middle. And now this one, the last. And I'm going to place this one over here also in the middle. I'm going to give this also a couple of minutes before we go further. So now we have decorated the way I want it. I keep it simple, but like I told you, go as crazy as you like. I'm going to place this top piece of the tier tray. I place it over here. We're going to do now the second layer. So we have the second layer on the table. This is 3 times 9. So we're going to do the same like we did with the other one. Do the sides with lightly glue. And of course, that's why I told you maybe it's better that you use some wood glue instead of hot glue, because a tier tray, you always decorate it and sometimes you have something heavy on it and then it will break. But of course, if you are maybe doing it with hot glue and you decorate it only with lighter things, then it will work fine. But I always tell you that the chance is that it can break. I did it already in the earlier days when I started the channels. Of course, I already did it with hot glue, but because I learned all the way, along the way, it's a better word, along the way. And it's better than wood glue, because a lot of my pieces did break. So I'm going to work from the inside to the outside to make a nice straight line. We do here the same, and over here, and the number 3, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need, and over here. And always after when you wipe away the glue, be sure that you still make a straight line, because you see already nothing is straight anymore. So feel with your fingers. If you want to use a carpenter's square, it's totally fine. I have one laying around, but I don't use it. So I'm going to press it and going to give it a couple of minutes. So I did wait a couple of minutes, and now I'm going to place 1 on the side and number 2 on the side. I'm going to make a little line over here, and I make a little line over here, and I'm going to place them against each other, and this way also. And we're going to make sure that we fill in the open gaps like this, and make sure that you try as straight as you can. And I'm going to turn it so I can see it a little better over here. This one needs to come together and this way. And I'm going to give this also a couple of minutes, but in the meantime I'm going to do 3 blocks. Now do 3 blocks. I do here 3 and the last also 3. So we're going to do some glue on the tops, on this top, and we're going to row them together. We do here the same and here also, and make a nice little plank out of it. And over here, and this is the last already. And then we already have our 4 pieces of 3. Squeeze them again, squeeze it, and give it a couple of minutes rest so the glue can dry in a little, and like this. And with this size we have luck because we don't need to cut this size, and I think you are your sizes are almost similar like mine, so I think you have the same. So we do only some glue on each side of this plank, on all the sides, and on this side, oh, see already, I'm really terrible with glue, but you already know that. So I always make one big mess, but don't worry about it, do it better than I do. I'm going to place this down with the block line this way. We're going to place this one over here, and you see this is fitting nicely. We do this one over here, we do this one over here, and this one over here. And you see already this is fitting great, because we don't need to cut it. We have our corners, and of course we're going to work with it and give it a couple of minutes drying. So also in the corners of this one I'm going to do some glue. I'm doing over here, place it in the corner. I do here the same on this side and on this side, place it in. Here the same, I try to do it as fast as I can on this side, and I'm going to squeeze it in. And the last, of course, I have to look for this size and this side, and again I'm going to squeeze it in, and we're going to give it some pressure, and we're going to let this dry in also a couple of minutes. So now we did the corners with the beads. I have here now 8 beads, and it's very simple. I'm doing some glue on the opening side, this one, or at least if my glue is coming out, and I'm going to place 2 of them very easy together this way. I'm going to do here the same, just do some glue on the opening side. Maybe you have some beads which are not having openings. That's always better, because I don't have the one which are closed. So we do here, and I wish I had them with closed, because I like the closed ones a little better. But if you are going to use it for some banners, then it's always better, because beads are beads. You have to make sure that there's something can go through. So it's for, sometimes I have the rounds I have closed, but the beads I have, this bead at least I have them open. But I also saw them where they are closed. So I'm going to give this a couple of minutes before we're going to glue this on top of here. So now we have sets of 2, and we're going to do some glue on the underside, a little drop, and we're going to place them in the middle over here. We do here some glue on the underside and over here, and we're going to place them in the opposite direction. And like I told you with the first one, I'm just going to do what I like, and you can do anything you like. I also saw people decorate their tea tray with leaves, with some strings of glitter. You have some stickers, you have some lines, you can go some stones over here. So you can go as crazy as you like, because everyone has their own taste. Most of the time I like a little bit neutral, but that's not something everyone enjoys. So I'm going to let this dry in for at least also a couple of minutes. And for layer number 3, we are going to do 12 blocks, 12, 12 and 12. So 4 times 12 blocks. And we're going to do the same. And I keep it with, of course, with a 3-tier tray, but you can go even bigger. If you want to make a 4-tier tray, it's not really common, but I think that can be also very nice to decorate, especially with the seasonal decor. So I would go then for not 4 rows of 12, but then you need 5 rows of 15. So if you want to make a layer larger, so you go for a 4-tier tray, then you have to go 5 rows of 15. So I almost would say it wrong. So 5 rows of 15 blocks. Then you have an extra layer under it, which is bigger. So you can go also for a 4-tier tray. But I don't think if you see it or not, at least here in the Netherlands, we don't see a lot of 4 layers. It's most of the time 2 is very common and 3, but most is 2 over here. So, but let me know in the comments if you already seen a lot of 4-tier trays, but maybe in different countries it's different than here in the Netherlands. But we only most of the time have 2 instead of 3. I like always 3, but you have to get them, or you have to make them yourself, and that's of course also an option. You can make it yourself. That's always the best, I always say. But then you don't want to, especially if you want to make a 4-tier tray, don't use the hot glue, because this will be very heavy to handle for the hot glue. So at least if you may use the hot glue, do a little tier tray. So, and again the last one, and then we're going to roll them together again, the same like we did with the other one. Just squeeze it from within, very easy. This way we do here from within. We're going to give it some pressure and make sure that we have as straight as we can have it over here. And this is already one of the bigger ones. So, but if you have a large kitchen, like I told you, then the 4-tier tray would look amazing. So, and if you are going to make a 4-tier tray from 5 rows of 15 for the under piece, let me know and maybe you can send me a picture, because I would love to see how yours is turned out. Of course, I'm going to easily wipe away the glue from the tops, and then I'm going to look for that I have a straight line again. Again, number 3, and this is number 4, and then we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So I have my 4 pieces of 12. I'm going to lay 3 on the sides again, and I'm going to do some glue because we want to make a nice line. And we do here the same over here, and the last. And then we're going to easy row this also together, and again number 4, and we're going to give it some pressure together to fill in the open gaps. So very lightly make sure that everything is sticking nicely together, and this way. And then we're going to give it at least I think maybe 10 minutes, because this one is a bigger piece. Before we're going to work with it, I want to be sure that it's really attached to each other a little bit better. In the meantime, while my plank is drying on my other mat, of course I'm going to do 4 rows of 4, because we need to make a corner also on this one. So we do on 3 of them, we do some glue, and of course number 4 is the closure up. It's very easy to do. And this one, and this is a very easy tier tray to make, because you don't have to saw, only the tops you need to saw a little piece, but it is really almost nothing you have to cut, because this one is also fitting nicely already on the size itself. So, and if you're making a 2-tier tray with only this, the under 2 pieces, then you don't have to saw, because you don't do the smaller one, the top, which you need to saw. So if everything is correctly and you don't like to use a saw of a jigsaw, you don't have to, because this is also easy to make without sawing. So for everyone who don't like or doesn't have a jigsaw, I used my jigsaw is from the Lidl, a very cheap brand, and he's very great to work with. So For everyone who still is needing a jigsaw, I really highly recommend the one from the Lidl, because we love that it doesn't cost a lot of money, but is easy to work with. So we're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to let this dry in also for a couple of minutes. Also with this one, we have our 4 pieces of 4 for this one, and of course our plank. We're going to do some glue on each side again, the same like we did with the other one. Also over here, and don't worry if it falls apart, because it still can fall apart because it still is not dried up. I always say it doesn't matter, it still can fall apart, but you can easily glue it together again. That's the greatest about wood glue, you still can do it. And I have to place it down. Of course I have to do it this way and this way. And you see already I make one big mess, but that's also me. I always make one big mess. I'm going to glue this one. I'm going to glue this one. I'm going to glue this one over here. And you see already we don't need to saw. I'm going to wipe away the glue. And this one. And we're going to give it some pressure from the underside. Over here and over here. And then we're going to let this rest in before we're going to glue our beads. So I have here my 4 beads again, and I'm going to glue them very easy over here. And this way I'm going to place them in the corners. Do this one over here and over here. And I'm going to place this one over here. I'm going to do one on this side and on the opening side. In this corner, and the last already. And I told you in a moment, I told you the beads which are not I have to turn them over this way. Oh, this way, this better. I have always troubles in this corner, I don't know why. So you see the beads without a little hole in it, and I have found already one bead doesn't have an opening. So I'm going to squeeze it and make sure that we leave it in for a couple of minutes. So we did the beads on the corner, of course. Now we're going to do in the middle also beads. We did in the smaller one, we did 1 bead. The middle one we did 2 beads, and of course we're going to do for 3. So first we make a row of 3 beads together. So easy, do some glue, place it down, do some glue on the opening and place it down, and we're going to row them together. We do here the same, some glue on this side, some glue on this side, and we're going to make sure that we row them together. And it's very easy, and I always say just take your time for it, because now I take a little bit long of your time, but I always do it step by step, and most everyone enjoys the step by step. So I hope you don't mind, everyone who is here. And so for some people it takes a little bit too long, but then maybe you can skip forward, like I always say. Most in every DIY I say, because we always have new people. So this is at least channels which are always doing it step by step. So, and we're going to let this rest in for a little moment. So I gave all 4 of them a couple of minutes, and now I'm going to do easy some glue on all 3 of them, and I'm going to place them in the middle. I do this with all of them, just some glue over here, place it in the middle, and this one over here and place it in the middle, and the last. And then we're going to give it a couple of minutes a rest, and then we do the next step. So you see where this is layer number 3. We're going to place this aside, because we're going to now make the middle piece, and we're going to make this with 4 blocks. This way we're going to do some glue on one of the smaller side. We're going to glue this against each other. We get 1 block on the smallest side. We're going to do it on this side, and then we're going to do with this block will be some glue on this side and on the ending of the wider side. So you have 1 over here, some glue, and on this side, and easily you can squeeze it in, and now all sides have some glue. So very easy, give it some pressure and make sure that it stays in place. Now we do Again, 1 of 4. For everyone who is new here and doesn't know this way to make a kind of a square, you do some block on this side. We do here some glue on the longer side. We place this over here. And now we only need some glue on this smaller side and on the ending of one of the widest one. And again, you can easily squeeze it in and you already have your second square. We need 2 of these squares for 1 in between, and we need 2 of them, so we need 4 of this one. So I'm going to do the other 2 a little faster. So now we have our 4 pieces. What we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on the inside, and we're going to place 2 of them on the side, and we're going to place this one also on the side, and I have to look for which one I want to have. So I'm going to do it this way, and this is fitting the best. Just look which blocks are fitting the best together, because that's always sometimes tricky, because your blocks are never the same size. At least not my blocks. I hope you have more luck. So I'm going to place this down. I'm going to make sure that I have it this way. I'm going to give it some pressure. Over here, I'm going to turn it so every side is glued nicely together. And I'm going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So in the meantime, while our 2 middle pieces are drying, I'm going to get 4 blocks, 4 blocks, and 4 and 4, so 4 times 4, and I'm going to make the same squares I made with the in between. So again, like I told, this way, glue it together, and this way, and then you already have your feet, because I need 4 feet for under the tray. I like a little bit the tray that's a little bit higher, so you always can do some greenery under it. So I'm going to go for the legs 4 times this one. So you see already, now we have our 4 little legs. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get the bigger size tray. I'm going to turn them over, and I'm going to do some glue on the inside. Then it doesn't come, too much of the glue is coming out. And I'm doing them on the corner, so not on the sides, but on the first corner for this block of 3. I'm going to do it over here. Very easy, just give it a little bit of pressure. And now I'm going to do the other one also. And we're going to give it some glue. We turn it over, and we're going to place this on this side, on the inside. And so we're going to do all 4 of them. And again over here, we place this one in the middle and the last. And then we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. A couple of minutes, at least give it 20-25 minutes that this can dry also. Now we're going to go further with the smaller and the medium size. We're going to let the bottom dry. We are going to get the smaller one, and of course we're going to get the medium size. What we're going to do, first we're going to glue one of the pieces of 2 in the middle over here. So it's very easy to find the middle, because it's 5 blocks. So you have to go in the inside of here, over here. We do some glue on the inside, and we're going to place it over here. Make sure that you give it some pressure, turn it around. Look that you have it in a straight line, because that's what you want. And we're going to turn around this one also. And we're going to glue this one also in the middle, and this one is 9 blocks. So it's very easy. You have 3, and here, and this will be the middle. And of course, if you make it yourself easy, just make a little cross, and then you know already here you have to glue it. So again, some glue over here, and we're going to place it in the middle, and we're going to turn it and look for that we have it also in a straight line over here. And we're going to give this also 20-25 minutes. And if the glue is coming out, just get a small brush like I have. I have a very small brush I always use to wipe away or get away the glue which is popping out. Because if it is too much and you want to stain it, or maybe you want to spray paint it, make sure that you always give it a light sanding before you do, because I use some chalk paint, so that it doesn't matter, then you don't see the glue anymore. But if you're going to stain it or wax it, be sure that you always give it a light sanding, because or else you will see the spots of the glue on each piece of your wood, and that's not what you want, because then you get not a nice result, and you want a high-end result. So you see already how easy is this tier tray. So I'm going to give this 25 minutes. So now we have the piece which we did glue our legs under. We place it on this side with the blocks, this line, the wider blocks. You see, this is what I mean, this way. I'm going to place it over here. I'm going to get my marker. We have 4 pieces of 12, so we're going to go. We need, of course, the middle. That's already one thing, that's for sure. But now we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is 6, of course. Then we have to make sure that we have it around the middle. So we're going to get our middle piece. You see, this is the middle size. We're going to do some glue on top of here. Make sure that we have enough, and we're going to go make sure that also the blocks of this size is going to go this way, because that's what we want. And then we're going to place it on top of here. We're going to give it a little bit of pressure. We're going to carefully turn it around, make sure that we have it in the middle, and we go on this side in the middle over here. And then we're going to give this a couple of minutes drying. Now we are going to look, because we have now this size, and this is the 3 pieces of 9. And again, we're going to make ourselves easy, because this will be the middle in between the blocks. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 over here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And number 5 is on each side, 4 open. And we have to go do it in the middle over here. So we're getting the smallest size of our tray, and we're going to do some glue again on the inside, and we're going to place this, and be sure that you have also the blocks of this one in a straight line. You see this way what I mean, the blocks are going this way, so this way is also my blocks going. So I'm going to place it on top, carefully give it a little bit of pressure. And then we're going to easily turn it around, and we're going to look for if you have it on a straight line over here. And we're going to do this size. And again, give it some pressure. And now we're going to give it from the inside. And now we're going to let this dry at least a half hour. So now I'm going to, you see already, this is the whole tray of tier tray. We're going to place it aside. What I'm going to do, because I'm going to get 2 of the blocks, and I'm going to glue them together, because I want to finish off the top a little bit, a little bit at my taste, because now it's only 1 tray, but I like a little bit of in the middle of the tray, kind of an ending of the tray. I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying, but you will see what I mean. So we're going to do 2 blocks together. We're going to get 1 of the beads, and I have here the beads without the opening. So I'm going to do some glue over here, and I place this one in the middle. Very easy, just place it in the middle of your 2 blocks. If there's glue coming out, get your brush like this and wipe away the glue, because then you don't have too much glue on your block. So this is how it's looking like. So very easy, 2 blocks and 1 bead, and you're already fit to go. I'm going to let this dry in for a little moment. So I placed you a little bit closer so you can see the top. See, normally you have this completely open, but for me it's just not finishing a tier tray. So that's why I'm going to get my little piece, and I want to keep it small, because this is only a small space to decorate, so I don't want to have it too full. So I only do this one in the middle. So we do some glue on the underside, and we're going to very easy place it in the middle over here, give it some pressure, and we're going to let this dry in also. And you see, this is what I mean. And now it gives for me a more finishing touch. We're going to let this dry and then we're going to paint it. So you see, this is how it turned out. Of course, I place it on the side like this. So what we're going to do, we are going to paint it, and I'm going to do the creamy color. It's just of a white color, and I like this color, so I'm going to take my time to paint everything in this color. Like I told you earlier, if you're going to spray paint it, wax it, stain it or something else, make sure that you do a little lightly sanding over it, because then your spots of the glue is going away, or else you see everywhere little spots, because glue, all the blocks you glue together and you wipe it away with some with a wet towel, but that is not enough. You have to sand it first. So I don't want you to be disappointed if you paint it or wax it and you see, oh, this is not what I want. So always sand it. So I'm going to take my time to paint it in the white color. Of course, I'm going to start with the underside, with the legs in the creamy color. So I take my time. So you see already I have almost painted my piece, and of course you see in a moment the quick impression.
It's Dyanne here from Deco Easy. Welcome to the channel of me and my mother-in-law Jenny. Today I'm going to make some decor which you can use for every season, but I just want to show you some inspiration with woodworking. You already see them here, the tumbling tower blocks. This is actually our base article that we're going to use. For the ones who are new, let me explain. These packages here are the packages that Jenny and I like to use. We buy them on an online web shop here in the Netherlands. They are €3 and then you get 45 of these pieces here. And that's for Dutch standards pretty cheap. In the past we also had blocks which were a little bit bigger than these ones. We bought those from a shop called Action, but unfortunately they don't sell these packages anymore. Then you got 60 pieces for also €3. However, they were a little bit harder to build with because these are, a little bit more sophisticated, a little bit smaller, a little bit better to handle if you're making organic shapes. And the other ones were more for straight things like tables and stools and whatever. Today we're using these. What I want to make is a staircase, which you can use as a display, for example, for plants or any kind of objects that you'd like to show. What we also need for this DIY is wood glue. I use this brand, Patex. I have no idea where this brand comes from, but they sell it at Action, the shop I mentioned before, and this thing costs I think about €2 and it lasts really long. However, you can also use other kind of products, but this is stuff that I like. It's super strong, it dries quickly, and it dries up transparent as well. The only thing that I forget now and then is to close the cap. And then, now it's free, but sometimes that nozzle that you see here can get stuck. So they have a really handy place to store the cap, but I always forget to take it out, and then the glue dries up, and then I got to pick myself a hot needle to unclog it again. Well, I think you heard enough talking, and I think you want me to start crafting, so that's what I'm going to do. Have fun with this video, and if you have questions, don't hesitate, just write them down in the comment section below. Here we go. Well, for the staircase, I just start off with making the steps where you're standing on. They got to be a little bit in shape, and I think 3 by 3. Oh no, 3 by 2 is enough. Then we got to go upwards. I think I'm doing it this way. Just 3 by 3. 3 by 2, sorry. So 6 blocks for one plaque. And then we're going this way again. Like that. I can't do that right now because then the whole thing would be tumbling over. Now, here's the trick. We make 3 of these. We make 3 of these and 2 of these, I think. just going to lay everything together. And then we can start gluing. What did I say? 3 of the... I keep forgetting it. I got to note that down. Now I have it in my head. Hopefully it will turn out great if you have 1 step there, 2 of these, 2 of those, 3 of that. Yeah, then you don't got to go upwards because that looks weird, in my opinion. If we think that this is too little, we can just add some more blocks. How I like to glue. I have a brand new crafting mat and that feels super satisfying. Hey. Okay, well, how make an adult happy with a new crafting mat? I like to turn the blocks that I need to glue for a little bit, because then I can apply the glue really easy. Just like so. I only leave the last or the first part in the whole row laying down like that. Good. Then we grab our glue, shake it a little bit, add some glue here. This should do. And you let that glue work. Set it in. I'm not going to apply it directly together, because my experience is with this glue that when I just let it set in for a couple of minutes, then it sticks much better. But that's personal. You don't have to do that. Maybe you have other kind of glue that works differently, but this works for me. However, now and then, and I suspect this one is going to do it, I have some kind of greasy wood. The glue won't stick, and then you gotta sometimes glue it 4 times again to make it stick. I've no idea how that happens or what I can do about it. It only happens now and then. You can already feel it when you pick up that block that you want to glue. It's just a little bit oily, greasy. I'm going to let this dry, and then we apply it together. Okay, I put everything together, but I didn't push that hard. Why? Because I got to show you a trick. You take just 2 of these blocks, and you push, first from this side, everything together really well. Now you see some glue popping up. That isn't a bad thing. We can fix that later. Just push it real tight so the glue sets in and everything is outlined straight. There we are. But we still got another side to sew them down. Just turn them like this and now push on these sides. And everything should outline really well. It's super easy and you don't get dirty fingers. However, on the first part here, I need to remove the glue that you see peeping through. There we are. And I like to do it as following. You just pick an empty box, take out the side. If you're wearing headphones, I want you to turn your sound down right now, because I'm going to scrape with this. I will do it carefully. Some people find that really annoying, so I'll warn here and there. And I'm scraping everything off. Yeah, here a little bit as well. If you're not completely satisfied, do it again. You might also turn the paper. You can do this with the piece of paper from your box, or a damp cloth, or your finger, or a tissue paper, totally up to you. I'll let this dry for about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to put these together. Oh, these here, these, and these. Sometimes they may stuck to the crafting mat. I have a flexible one. I suggest if you're having the same problem, try to wiggle a little bit with the crafting mat so everything comes loose. If that doesn't work out, I suggest use a blow dryer, hair dryer to warm this thing up. And then sometimes, miraculously, it will just let go. Good. Time to apply the 2 parts together. I put these up in the air so I can easily put the glue into the right section. There we go. Don't need to add much, otherwise everything will peep through we don't need that super much glue for this job. There isn't anything heavy about it. Now, however, if you're feeling that you just applied a little bit too much glue on one section, then I have the following trick. Grab these two and gently rub them together so the glue spreads out evenly. And you can just apply it together like so. Mind your clothes. Or you can just rub a little bit like that and then apply them together. That works out as well. Here and there. Okay. Now we do the same trick again. Grab your two blocks. Start pushing here. 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 There. And as well here. And now take this line as the center line. Outline everything. And then we wait for it to dry. I think half an hour is more than enough, at least today, because today it's not that cold here. Well, everything's dry, and we can start gluing it together. And I wonder what is a good idea to, oh, that's too high, to let everything rest. Maybe we can just use some loose blocks as support for the block that's still gotta be glued. Hopefully that will just work out. And I think it does. Yeah. Just like this, indeed. I think that will do. Okay. Take these supports, put this one up, because here is the place where the glue should be. There we go. Now sliding it back there. I want to put these in as well. And then some glue over here. Let this one rest on top of that one. Now the good thing is that I already can't glue here. And for the last one, we'll have to find something else that will provide support. So let me search a little while for that. And then this one should be able to come up. Will two of these do, maybe? No, that's also slightly too big, but maybe. I have still some loose blocks here. I'm not giving up. Just put a few there. Slightly. It's not completely working out. Is it? No. No, then we have to wait until this part here is dry before we assemble the rest. Just a few seconds then. We can do something else in the meantime while everything is drying. Well, first, let me just remove some of the glue there. Okay, we take some loose blocks and I tried to glue them with this line here because we're going to make, you know, the part where you hold your hand when you go up the stairs. So what I gotta do for that is just apply some glue here as well. Take that one out there. Put some glue on top. And here on the down part too. So here are two stacked upon each other. Let me align a little bit better. There we are. And then we got to go for 3. Yeah. Just glue the back part of the stairs. Is it aligned? Not completely, but it is now. And I think I should put one up as well. Because then we have, you know, the real 3 steps. You see what I mean? Now it's really starting to look like stairs. Yeah. And afterwards we can put this one on here too. Now we got our stairs idea. However, I also need some support here. Do I dare to take this out? Take this one out, put this one here in the center. Need some extra support here as well. That will be too high as I measure now. So I'm going to glue these 2 together as well. So we can use those as support pillars, because otherwise if you put objects up on your stairs, I think that it will tumble down. Not sure, but don't want to take the risk. There we are. Okay, well, now we wait, and I clean my fingers till the glue's dry, so we can put the support pillars here, and the last thing up there. I think we're ready to remove the support here. And as you can see, the stairs, it looks great. Maybe, shall we do this first, or shall we do this first? This is a really bit of a challenge. However, I think I still gotta do the pillars this way, because these 3 are also this way and not that way. That looks weird to me. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it this way. Good. First things first. Just applying these should do. Rearrange it. Something weird happens. Isn't this thing glued straight or something? Or maybe the wood has a weird angle. That sometimes happens as well. Yeah, I think it is this plank here that is doing a little bit weird things. What if you do it this way? Yeah, same thing happens again. Okay, well, let me sort it out a little bit. Hopefully it helps. If not, then we just got to do it with it. Apply some glue here and on the other 2 parts as well. Oh, I have a little bit dried up glue. Yep, I forgot to put the cap on. There we go. Going to get myself a needle and then we continue. Well, should work now. Yeah, there we are. Let's apply some glue here and here too. Okay, now comes the most hard part. Let me align it a little bit on the crafting mat as far as possible. Should this do? Should that do? I have no idea. Let's first take this one out. We do it with these 2 here. Put it over there. And we put this one here underneath. And then the last one underneath. We might need to lift this thing a little bit to get it into the right position. Now it's a bit of a puzzle because the whole thing is moving around. I think I'll leave this one here out. Something really weird happens to the wood, and since it is secured by the pillar here in the back, I don't think it needs another one in the back. Or shall we just leave it? Oh, well. Gosh. I have no idea what's happening. It's super wobbly, but when I take a look at this, everything looks straight. Isn't that weird? What if I just carefully lay this one down? The whole stairs isn't wobbly either. But something is making it wobbly. Well, it's still standing. Do we really need these two supports? I guess not. Yeah, this point here is lower. But why is that? I have no idea. Well, I think I just leave it this way without the support. I think that looks even cuter too. Now it really looks like levitating stairs. I'm going to get rid of these. And we're going to do this one here. I think we need 4 blocks for that. Let me see. Hopefully if I take it on. Yeah, 4 blocks. How surprising. I'm going to glue those as well. Let me carefully turn it around. Just a simple old way. Glue, whoops. Glue and then, oh, well. This is going to be something. It's too heavy to let it lay down there, but also won't be supported. What am I just going to let it try? No, it will still lift. Do I have something else then? Oh, well, here, that fits like a glove, just a small jar. Good. Here, I put a little bit too much glue on that one. So I'm just rubbing it against each other. And I think I have enough glue for all of the blocks. And I think then we're there with the blocks for the stairs. Now don't forget to close the cap again, Dyanne. And I'm letting this dry really well before doing anything because I don't want this one to be tumbling over again. I'm so done with that. And once again, I have no idea what happened. I glued everything straight. Maybe some of these blocks isn't completely straight, but I didn't notice it. Maybe, you know, it started shrinking or something because of the glue. You tell me. I let this dry and I'm glad it stands now. And I think it looks super cute. So, see what happens if we remove the jar and everything is dry. We have a stair that can stand by itself. It's, yeah, not completely straight, but that's normal because this part, if it was, you know, supported like this, then it shouldn't be wobbly. But now it's a tiny little bit. Doesn't mind, it still can stand and you can still put things upon it. Now I want to paint it white, and therefore I'll be using just normal paint from the construction store and a brush. I just decorated it with a small globe, some flowers and some greenery. I think that the stairs turned out pretty cute. You can put this really everywhere.
On the table are the things we need for today's DIY. A lot of you already know we use the tumbling tile blocks, the smaller blocks. I have here my container with everything inside, this brushes, markers, scissors, some tools for cutting, and of course the mud pot, some twine, and of course the wood glue. I use the simple brand Pattex, but you can use any brand you like. Of course, you also can use hot glue if you don't have wood glue, but be careful, it breaks very easy. Also, especially with this DIY. We need some paint at your choice. I have here my old piece of kitchen towel, which is wet, to wipe away the glue. And I have here only this riser, or maybe underplate, how you call it. I'm going to use only for the shape and for the measurement. So you get the measurement from me in a moment. So this is what we need for this DIY. We are going to make kind of a pots, but in a different way. So we will see how this will turn out. So, and I totally did forget, you use a little piece of tape, duct tape I use. And this is one from the Lidl. And this is a very used one because it sticks like crazy, because it really sticks so well. But you can use any duct tape you like. So I almost did forget it. Now we're going to give you the measurements, of course, and it's very easy in centimeters. This one is 18.5 centimeters wide, and this side is 12 centimeters. So if you keep it in 12 centimeters and 18.5, of course you can do a little bit smaller, it's also fine too. But these are the measurement, and in inches they are, I have to look for, they are 7.2 in inches, 7.2, and this side is in inches, I think 4.6 in inches over here, and in here it is 7.4 in inches over here. So then you have also the measurements for this riser. It's, like I said, it is only for a silhouette. So first we're going to make our wooden plank so we can measure it out. So I already placed on the table 4 times 7 blocks, and this is for one bottom, but of course we are going to do 2 sizes, so later we're going to make a second one. So we're going to easily row them together, do the glue on the longest line, and then you can easily glue 6 pieces, and number 7 is of course the closure up, like you see here. So again, you do the sides and we go as fast as we can. And if you're going to make this DIY, because this is for all seasons, you can do it for the Christmas season, you can do it for the fall season, which is coming also in a while. So this, and of course also for the summer with some lemons. And I'm going to, I don't know if I'm going to, I think I'm going to do a couple of houses inside, but you can do anything inside. You can make it as crazy as you like, and you can use it as an organizer, you can use it for anything. But I just wanted to show you also how easy it is to make. So we're going to work from within, squeeze it from within, and then from the outside, and then make sure that you have, like I always tell you, a straight line. And everyone who likes to work with a carpenter's square is also fine too. I have one laying around, but I don't use it because I'm so used to doing it this way. Is it easy? Not always. Am I stubborn? Yes, I am. But I don't care. I always like it this way, so I'm going to use it this way. So I'm going to get a piece of my kitchen towel and I'm going to wipe away, because I was already with my sleeves in the glue. And you would say, if everyone who is here already for a long time sees every time this gray sweater of me, and that's correct, I have 2 of them and I use them only for DIYing. So don't worry, I don't wear it all day. I only use it for my DIYs, and that's way it's always better than I use my new clothes. So I always use this one. So don't worry, it is I have more of them. So I'm going to keep this for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to row it together. So I gave it a couple of minutes. I turned them over until one side, all of them are this side. I'm going to place 3 of them this way, and we do very easy. Some glue, a little small line over here. And small is with me always tricky, because I always use too much glue. Even when my little opening is small, I really get it for each other that I am using too much. So we're going to row them together this way. And you see already I have now some open gaps, but if you carefully give it some pressure from the side, you easily can work away and fill in the open gaps, so you don't have to use some wood filler or something else to fill in your open gaps. So, and again, give it some pressure over here and over here. And if this is not totally straight, it doesn't matter, because it gets round sides. So don't worry about it. This time the ending doesn't have to be perfect. So this is already a number 1. So I'm going to place this one aside and we're going to make a second one. So, and also for the second one we use 4 times 7. That speaks for itself. Of course you can make it bigger. If your piece is a little bigger, you just measure out, just lay your example of your the size you will use this piece. You lay it on blocks. You just lay the blocks on your table. You look for how many blocks do you need when you are using it. So it's very easy to size it up. So don't let it discourage you if you don't have the exact measurement. But you also can make it a little smaller. But this one is a nice size. It's not really too big. And at least when you have a little bit of a small space like we have here, then it's always better that you don't have the pieces too big. That's why, and you can place it anywhere you like. I see already I have a couple of blocks who are not really great in size and they are missing a little piece and they are totally crooked, I see already, but we're going to work with it. And the last already, and we're going to the same like we did, work from within and going to squeeze it again, work from within, and we're going to squeeze it, and it still wants to pop up, I see already. And this one the same, and give it some pressure over here, and we do here the same. And we're going to wipe away and we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. And you see already, if I show it to you this way, you see already this one is so much smaller. So I'm going to get this one away because this is really a little bit too small. So also here again, we're going to place them this way in the longest line. We place on the side, and it doesn't matter if it breaks because you only waited a couple of minutes, and that's the way because we want to fill in the open gaps. A lot of you already know why I do only a couple of minutes, because when you wait longer with wood glue, it is always tricky because then you can't move it anymore. And if you do it after a couple of minutes, then you can readjust it the way you want to. And that's also a plus before your hot glue. Hot glue, it is sticking and it doesn't go off. Yeah, at least you can break it because that's easy with hot glue. You can easily break it. So now we wait a couple of minutes, fill in the gaps again, the same like we did with the first one. And then both of them can dry for at least an hour until 2 hours before we're going to use our saw and to saw our shape out. So I'm going to place this on the second mat I have over here. So now we're going to do this side. So for this step, I place my mat away and I'm going to do 28 blocks in one row. We're going to make sure that we have a nice straight line. Take your time for it, that you have a really nice straight line. And you also can use maybe your mat to place it against, because you can also place it over here. I hope I don't kick you over, but you never know. At least you can use the mat as long as you can, and then go over here and place this one over here so you get a nice straight line. And we're going to get our tape, and you see already the tape is wider than my blocks are. So I'm going to do a piece of my tape in half. I don't know, maybe you have a little bit of a smaller one, but I'm going to do it in half and I'm going to place it over here. So this was a little bit of a task because the tape, it didn't want to cut. It is really great in sticking, but it is really awful to cut it. Of course, I am going to place it on top of here, and I'm going to very lightly only go over it first, over here and over here. Now I'm going to do this one, and also I'm going to turn this one over, and I'm going to do the needed side on here. And this is one. And again, now we have our tape on it. And of course, we did this already so many times. And it is so easy to make any shape you like. So I'm going to work with it, make it a little bit warm. So I'm sure that everything sticks nicely. So, and you see now you can every shape you like. So this is already for the first one. You see you can easily make this shape we have on our silhouette. So this is already one. Now we're going to make the second one, but we're going to do a different size. And you see already on my table are the doubling up of our 28 blocks. So we do very easy. We just glue them together on the tops, place them together this way, and we're going to go the whole rows, and we're going to glue all of them together. Of course, I'm going to do this a little bit faster, don't worry. And I'm going to place this, and I'm going to do it faster because this takes much too long of your time. So you see all our 28 double blocks are almost dry. I'm going to place them in one row again on my table without a mat to make sure that we have everything in a straight line. So you see already, I have them now on a straight line as much as I can. Sometimes you can, you see, he's glued together. Sometimes if you turn one over, it fits a little bit better. So just go ahead, take your time for it and look for the straight line you like. So I'm going to go for this one, and of course I have to look that this is not too high, or else I have to go down a little. And over here I need to go up a little. And now I'm going to get my tape, and I'm going to measure out this piece, and I'm going to glue it, stick it in the middle. And here I'm only going to do this piece. I'm sorry for the noise. I'm going to look for, if I think over here, and this tape is very easy to, oh, see, oh, this is not what we want. This is not what we want. Oh my, now I have to get it off my table. You see already, you can't say it doesn't stick. It just does stick. Oh my, and this is DIYing also. So you see already, also with me, everything can go wrong. And again, I have to get it off. Oh my, I have it. Ah, yes, I have it. Now I have to look for the straight line again. Oh my, oh my. And this what I always love to show you also, because with no one it is going perfect. At least not with me. I'm going to look for the straight line again. I'm going to find it over here. And I'm sorry that it takes a little bit longer of your time right now, but that's also part of the DIY. So now I'm going to, I hope at least I'm going to place it in the middle. I have to, and it doesn't matter if it sticks over a little. Oh, I see already this one needs to go up a little, or this one needs to go down a little. I have to be sure that I have it straight, because or else it looks very this way. Yeah, I have it. So now I'm going to place it on top of here and make sure that you have a nice straight line. And I'm going to work my way to the outside. And of course you see already I have a little piece over, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to cut it off. So this is already one. So I did my tape on this one, and I'm going to turn it over. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give it a little bit more of an high-end look. So I'm going to get my 14 beads, because I do it on one block with beads, one without, one with, one without. So I need 14 beads, and I used a little bit of the diamond shape. So you can use any bead you like, because I have a box full of beads, but I go for this one, and I'm going to do the opening of the little holes. I'm going to place in this direction, so not to the top but to the side. So I'm going to do a little glue on this side, and first I'm going to start with the number 1 in the middle. I'm going to go for this one, place it down, but we do it with number 3. And so we go on and on and on. So I'm going to do it a little faster. So, and these are the 14 I did. You see, I start with 1 and I ended with a loose one, because when we glue it together, you see that they are really on and on. So what I did my smaller brush, and I did go over this side and wipe away all the glue which is coming over, because or else when you paint it you still see if you have too much glue on this side. So I'm going to give this a couple of minutes drying, and then I'm going to do the other one. And of course we have now the smaller one, and we have 14 of the diamond beads again, and we repeating the same like we did with the other one. We just do some glue on this one. We're going to glue this on the first, and we go number 3 and number 5 and go on to the end also again, but I will bore you with this one also. You see already, now we have both of them with our beads on top, and it looks now a little bit strange, but when you paint everything in totally, it will look very nice. Of course, what I'm going to do at first, I'm going to paint this one right now before I'm going to glue it on top of my piece, because now I did it in earlier DIYs, I did it different. I did it on the spot, but now I can easily come inside of this one, so I can easily take it in my hand and do the paint inside. So that works a little bit better than when I glue it already on top. So I'm going to take my time for it. I'm going to do for the creamy color. You see already this is a little bit of white. So, and I'm going to do it very carefully. Just go around, and we do piece by piece, and we do it a little, of course for you I do it a little faster. So you see already I did the other side, I did the beads, and of course now I'm going to do the back side. And of course I only give it one layer, but if you want to have it really in the color you like, then you have to probably do it 2 times, but I'm only going to go for 1 time, because the tape I don't see later, because I'm going to decorate the inside. But if you don't like it, then of course do it another coat. So I'm going to go and take my time for the last piece of this one, and then I'm going to go, we're going to draw our silhouette out, and then I'm going to sew it out. So I have already my second mat, and I have here my 2 pieces which are drying already for a couple of hours. I have here my silhouette which I will use, and I'm going to place it on top of here, get my marker, and I'm going to do very easily. I'm going to go over it and make the lines, and I do it a little bit thicker because I'm an old lady, so I don't see it too well. So I always make it a little bit thicker. So I'm going to go and I do this one also. So you see I have my 2 shapes already, and I'm going to go to my garage and I'm going to sew it out. And this is such a little piece. You can also do it with some hand saw. So I'm going to cut both of them out. And you see already, these are the 2 which are turned out, and I think I'm really happy with the size and also the shape, because it's sometimes it's a little difficult to get a nice round. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get first the smaller one, and I'm going to place it on top of here, and I'm going to make sure, and I'm going to look for, and if I am looking correctly already, then I see that I have probably done a little block too much, 1 or 2. So I'm going to look for if I can get it correctly over here. Yes, I think I need to cut off 2 pieces. So 1 of this one and 1 of this one. And then I think he turns very nice. It's always a little bit, I lay them down, but it's always tricky. You never know if it is really correctly or not. So that's the easiest way. I'm just going to cut off this piece, 2 pieces, and then he is fitting nicely on top of this shape. So you don't need 28 blocks, you need 26 blocks if you use the same size like I have. But this is so difficult to cut off. So easy to cut off. So you see I already have 2 pieces off, and I'm going to lay them over here. What I'm going to do, get my wood glue, and I'm going to make on the frame I'm going to make a line with glue to be sure that all the pieces are glued together. So I'm going to go over it and make it a little bit wider and this way. And I'm going to take my time for it and I'm going to place them easily. And of course I'm going to do on one side, I do also some glue on this one. And I'm going to glue this one first together. So easy to do, just glue it together. Keep it in place for a little moment and this can rest for a couple of minutes. So we're going to let this rest. Now I'm going to carefully place it on top of here. And of course, you never get it in the right way on top of here. So just do whatever you think works the best, because sometimes you just have to work with it and hope that it goes the way you want it to go, because this is always tricky and always a little bit difficult to get it on top of here. Just work your way around it. Take your time. I'm going to take my time also. So you see already also a little bit behind the scene. Here's my and I give some pressure with a piece of kitchen towel, though, because I don't want to ruin my books. And I'm going to do some paint can on top to be sure that everything glues nicely together. And if everything is glued together, I'm going to give both of the pieces also a new paint job, because on the other side it is not really nice. So I'm going to paint them on the outside, both of them. So you see already on the side both of them are drying right now. I painted them. I found in my stash I would decorate it with little houses, but I found in my stash the favorite of mine, and that is 2 roosters. And I am going to do it with 2 roosters inside and then do some greenery, because I love roosters and it gives such a nice feeling always from the spring, and that you can go for the summer and the fall. You can do all the way with roosters. So what we're going to do, we do it very simple. We do some blocks on top of each other because I want to make one a little higher. And this is number 4. We do here a number 1, number 2, number 3, and of course here a number 4. We're going to place them aside this way. We're going to squeeze it, place this one aside, squeeze it, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So I gave both of them a couple of minutes rest and I lay them the way you lay your block on the table. So we're going to do some glue on the sides over here. And I'm going to place them together until one piece. You can easily squeeze it this way. And I'm going to give it a couple of minutes and then I'm going to dry it in the biggest container of the basket inside. So that my rooster is coming a little bit higher. See already, I have my bag with my simple wooden ladders. They are very thin wood. I do only on the smallest container or bucket, basket, how you call it. I'm going to write the word farm because this one will be in front of the bigger one. So I only do it on the smallest one. But if you want to do more lettering, it's totally fine. I'm going to give the word farm a little bit of the brown color. So, and that's what we do. And then we're going to decorate our little 2 baskets. So I do the letters a little bit sideways. So I'm going to do over here, this one a little higher, and this one over here, and this one over here. So, and then I'm going to do a little bit of wood glue, and I'm going to place it on top of here. So I won't bore you with that. I will glue it on top of here. So you see already a little bit behind the scenes. I have here my 2 little crates we made. And of course I have here my box full of, it's an IKEA box full of with some faux fruit. And I have them in different colors and sizes. So I'm going to look for which is fitting the best with the roosters over there. And I think I'm going to go a little bit for this kind of apple. So I think I'm going to go for this color. But of course, decorate it any way you like. So I take you a little bit along in my decorating of my little crates. I don't know how you really call this kind of things. bowl. I really have no idea, but you can decide. Of course, we're going to first center our chickens, and I'm going to, of our roosters, and I'm going to do some sticky gum on the underside. And I bought my roosters, this one in a garden center here in the Netherlands, for very cheap. They were only I think 7 or 8 euros, and then 40% off. So they were very cheap. But of course, normally I find mine in a thrift store. So if you are like me and you like drifting also, I hope you go to a thrift store. Maybe you find some rooster, maybe some goose, or some maybe how you call it, a duck or something else, or maybe a piggy, if I'm correctly. Of course, find anything you like which you want to have inside of here. So I'm going to go for this one, and I'm going to place this one over here, and be sure, take your time for it. And I'm going to do now this one on half, and I'm going to do this one against the opposite direction, because they will be with each other. So if you have them separate from each other, it doesn't matter how you do it, but I have them together with them. So I'm going to do some sticky gum under here, and of course I hope it will stick. That's most of the time the greatest thing about sticky gum. So I'm going to very carefully give it a little bit of pressure. You also can use a little bit of hot glue, so do whatever you think is right. So I'm going to go and give it some pressure. Now I keep mine very simple and neutral. So I'm going to start with very green picks. This was one of a bigger stamp. You see already, if I do it close to you, this one was it, and I think there are 7 pieces on it. So I did cut them all off, and I'm going to very easy lay them a little bit in between your beads. So you could do one this. Maybe it's better if I show it to you this way, or else you don't see anything. And just lay them over here, and you can even cut them a little bit shorter. If you think it's a little bit too long, then you cut them shorter and you place them inside. I think this one is also a little bit too high or too long, and I'm always starting with 4. That means I do 2 this way and 2 this way, always this way, 1 here, 1 here, and from this out we're going to work our way around. Of course, now we're going to do again 1 a little bit more to the middle, and I'm going to do here also, but in the opposite direction. I show you to in a moment on the other side. So I'm going to work my way over here, and I'm going to do on the other side. I'm going to cut it out. I'm going to place 1 a little bit more over here, and I'm going to cut off this way. And you see already there is really no rhyme or reason how I do it. I just place them inside. I really have no idea what I'm doing, because I don't see what I'm doing. So over here, and I'm just going to fill in the pieces, because I have here a little bit of the shorter ones, and I'm going to place 1 under his neck, and do a 1 under his tail, and just filling it in as much as you like, because everyone has their own taste on it. So I'm going to fill this one up, and I'm going to fill this one up. So now I have 4 pieces of some eucalyptus stamp. I use 2 in them. I use 1 on one side, and I use 1 on the other side. So very easy, just work your way inside. This is for 1. Now I'm going to do the other one for this one. Of course, also I'm going to squeeze it in between, because we want to have it a little bit more low, and we do it over here on this side. And just easy, just take your time for it and shove it down the side of your rooster. Again, bend it if it is necessary. And you see already, this is how this one is looking like for the front side. Now I'm going to get my skewers, and I'm going to get my apple. I'm going to do them on the underside, squeeze it in, and then I'm going to look for how low I need to have it. I think this way, and then I'm going to work my apples in between my the next to my rooster. But this is, I take my time for it, and of course you can do anything inside of it. This was just a sneak peek how you do want to do it. Of course you see in a moment a quick impression. It's one big mess on my table with things we need, but it's not really that much. We need, of course, our tumbling towel blocks, the smaller blocks. We have here my container with everything inside, like the scissors, markers, brushes, everything you always use. I have here my wood glue. Of course, like I always tell you, can use some hot glue, but especially also with this one, it falls very easy apart, so be careful with that. I have here my container with some beads inside in different shapes. Of course, I have here my old piece of kitchen towel to wipe away the glue, and paint at your choice. Choose any color you like. This is what we need for this DIY. We are going to make a bench, but a different one. I made already a couple of benches, and I am always love to decorate with benches. You can easily get them also for organizing, do some things on it. You can use them for decorating. You can use them for anything. So we are going to make another version. We will see how this will turn out. So the first step is 6 pieces of 2, and we are going to do very easy. Do a little line in the middle, place them on top. We're going to start from the middle out with this bench, not from the sides, but in the middle. And I don't know if this will work or not, but we will see. We're going to place this on top, and we're going to place this one. We're going to do them on the sides, squeeze it, and make sure that you have a straight line. Squeeze it, and again place it on the middle, squeeze, and also the last one, and make sure that you give it a couple of minutes to rest. So we gave all 6 of them a moment to dry. What we're going to do, we're going to place them in a row. We're going to do some glue on the tops, place it down, do some glue on the tops, and place them together over here, and we make one big row out of it, and over here, and this one. And you can make them as big and as short as you want, because this one will be a little bit of the bigger one. Not too big, but at least he is a little bigger. So again, squeeze it and make sure that you wipe away the glue you don't need. So we give it a couple of minutes, and then we're going to turn it and press it down, and again do some wiping over it. And now we're going to let this dry also for at least a couple of minutes. So we gave this already a couple of minutes. We're going to place it aside. I have always on this side my second mat, so I can place things which are needed to dry. So I'm going to place this over here. I'm going to let it dry, and now I'm going to take 6 blocks. But I'm going to do this 6 times. So I take my time for it, because or else you don't want to wait for it. So I do it a little faster. And yes, we have now our 6 pieces of 6, and we do very easy. We take the longest line of the block. We're going to place them together very carefully. Of course, don't use too much glue like I most of the time do, but you already know me. So I'm always bad with glue. So I'm going to roll them easy together. And of course, if you're going to make this bench, or maybe you already made another one, maybe let me know in the comments how you made your bench, and maybe you can send a picture, because I would love to see how your bench is turned out. So maybe if you have a little bit time over, I know it's a busy for everyone, but if you have some time over, maybe you can show it to me. I would love to see it, because I always learn also from other people. So I wish I had more time to watch other YouTubers, because I really have no time to watch, because I also do the Dutch word of the day and I do a lot of other things, so I'm always very short on time to watch everyone else. So I always do my best, but I'm going to squeeze it from within like this, and I'm going to do it here also. We're going to try to make a straight line, and then we're going to give it a couple of minutes after we wiped away the glue, and always give some pressure from the sides to make sure that everything is fitting nicely. And here the same. So I'm going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So I wiped away the glue, gave it a couple of minutes, and of course now we're going to place 5 of them on the side, because we're going to turn them and place them this way, because we're going to roll them together. And you see already, that's also DIYing. If you pick it up and it's only a couple of minutes, just do it then, place it together, and very carefully place it on the side, because you can easily redo it with your wood glue, because it's so easy to work with. So just make one straight line, and that's why I also show you always things that are not going perfect, because never a DIY goes perfect, at least not with mine. It may be a chance that I'm just clumsy. That's also maybe a solution. That's also something that maybe with other people it really goes very well. So at least I'm speaking for myself. I am really maybe that clumsy that things are always falling apart or something else. But I'm going to roll them together until one piece, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure from the sides. Of course, we try to give it the shape we need, and we're going to try in at least with a little bit of pressure every time to fill in the gaps as much as we can, because that's where we're going for. And if you have open gaps and you don't like it, maybe you can do some wood filler or maybe some speckle on it. I don't know if they are the same, but at least you know what I mean. So we're going to make sure that this one is also smooth, and we're going to roll them together, and we're going to give this at least I think a half hour. In the meantime, while this one is drying, we are going to get 6 blocks in the length, so very easy. And we're going to give them on the tops some glue. So we're going to do this one and roll this one together, and over here, and the last already, and this way. And we make sure that we're going to squeeze it, and this way, and the last over here. And now we're going to try to squeeze it from the sides, and don't be scared if everything is popping out. I had that already so many times, so don't worry about it. Just glue them together again, the same like we did with the plank over here. So always have in your mind that everything you can build again, so it doesn't matter. So we're going to place it aside and give it also a couple of minutes. So what we're going to do, we're going to turn it around, and we're going to do some glue on the underline. So very careful, do one line on the underline with glue this way. We're going to place it over here, get this one, and we're going to place it straight up, and we're going to give it some pressure until the back side of one of our plank over here, so this can dry in easily together. So, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So I'm going to get this one, and I'm going to place it on my second mat, and I'm going to let it dry. We are going to get 4 blocks, so very easy, 4, and we have another one of 4, another one of 4, and this one. So we have 4 pieces of 4, and we're going to roll them also very easy together, the same like we did with the sitting of the bench. So we're going to place them this way, and this one I'm going to do a little table in between, so you can decorate also a little the table. Maybe you can do some it's not an, how do you get, we call it a tafelkleed, but you call it, oh, it's really on my tongue to say how it is called in English, but you hear it in a moment from me, because I will get to it, because I know what it is. But you have napkins, you lay them on the table, and of course you have a runner. This is the smaller piece on your table, and the bigger one is called, oh my. Don't worry, I will get there. I'm going to place it down this way, and I'm going to let it dry in for a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes, and of course we are going to place them aside on this way, because we're going to clean always up our mat, because or else everything will glue together, and that's not what we want. We turn them over, and you see this is already another one. This doesn't want to glue, and it doesn't matter. You just place them this way, and you can easily go further again. So we're going to place this one here, here, and here, and now we're going to make one piece of one of them. So we're going to do here some glue over here, and we're going to make one piece together this way, squeeze it, and make sure that you are filling up the open gaps. And now we're going to place this one on the top over here. We place this one above, and this one on the other side, and over here, and make sure that everything is at the ending, and make sure, give it a little bit of pressure, and you do here the same, and then let it dry in. So we placed our table also on the mat for drying. Now we have 3 rows of 6, and we're going to row them together again, the same like we did with the other one of the back side of the bench, because this will be the back side, and we are going to make some texture in the back side, because or else it is just the same like every other bench, and you want to give your own twist on it, especially if you made already more benches than one, and I am always loving them. But I think you already know that. Even though like I like tier trays, I also am so obsessed about tier trays. You can decorate them so nicely. Yesterday I made also another tier tray, of a 3-tier tray, and I'm so happy how this one also turned out, because I love to decorate them. So again, we're going to squeeze it, and this way, make sure that you have a straight line, go from within, work to the outside, and this one, and then squeeze it from within, and make sure that you have a nice straight line. And of course, if your fingers are a little sticky of the wood glue, it's always better to clean them up, and don't do it the way that I do it right now, because or else you get stuck on each and every block. But like I told you, you already know I'm really bad with glue. But you see that on my table, and I am even always wiping everything away, so you don't see even the real big mess. So, and this one, and I'm going to let it dry in. And every time we do it, every time when you see it is not totally straight, because you need a straight line. See already we made our 3 of 6, but I'm going to do 1 extra, because I have in my head that I want to have a little bit of a high-end look on the, also on the top of the bench. So I'm going to go for a border around this. So I'm going to do also an extra block of 6, number 3 and number 4 and number 5, and number 6 is of course the closure up, and I'm going to carefully row them together, and I'll give this one also a couple of minutes, because I thought I need a better ending of the back side of the bench. So what we're going to do, we are going to take one of the 6 piece. We're going to get 6 of a couple of loose blocks. We need 1 over here. We need in every from 1 until 2 we need 1, from 2 until 3, from 3 until 4, from 4 until 5, from 5 until 6, and the ending of 6. So we need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks in totally, and we're going to do very easy, do some glue over here and on the tops, and we place them over here. We do here the same, over here, and place them in the middle, and over here. And you can I do this pattern inside, but you can do, maybe you do want something else, you don't even like this, totally understand. Everyone has his own taste, so do whatever you think is right. And I do this one and place this one at the ending. So give it a little bit of pressure over here and over here and over here and here. Oh, he needs a little to go this way, and this one, and we're closing it up with this one. And you see already we have to work a little bit with it because one is a little bit smaller. So we're going to give it lightly some pressure, not too much. First lightly, then you still can redo your piece, because if you're going to squeeze it real hard, it's very tricky to get it loose again. So very carefully, and just wipe away the glue. You don't need, also do this lightly, not too heavy, because or else your piece is going apart. And even when you can do it easily in each other, always be careful. So, and you see, now we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So we did wait a couple of minutes, and this piece is also now dried in. What we're going to do, I'm going to do 13 beads, and you can do them in any shape you like. Only look for that they are a little bit the same measurement, because it's difficult. I know it's really difficult. I have here the glue 2 over here, so I'm going to do this. So 13 in totally. I'm going to do this one. I place this one on the corner, but make sure that he is on the inside of the bench, and this one also. And I do the opening of the hole against the frame. I do here the same, some glue on the opening, place it over here, and do it in the middle from 1 until 2, or from 5 until 6. It's just how you count over here, and do here the same. Give it some pressure. With this one, we're going to do a little different. We're going to row this one together. We do some on the side, and we place them together. We do one on the side, place it together. So very carefully, but this is just because this is my shape. Maybe you have a round one and it is a little different. I also have square ones, so but I like the diamond shape ones. So I have now over here 9 together this way, and I'm going to make sure that they are sticking nicely together. Of course, it's difficult to get them in a straight line because they go all the places. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes, not too long, and then I'm going to make sure that I do some glue. I'm going to place this one straight up. I'm going to do some glue from here until here, kind of that I have them, at least the glue on the place, and I'm going to make sure that I have them in a straight line, and I'm going to place them over here, and I'm wiping away the glue later. Don't worry about it. Now we only need to make sure that this is glued nicely together. Give it a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes. I wiped away with my smaller brush a little in between and just away the glue as much as I can. I'm going to carefully place it straight up, and you see here is still coming glue off. I'm going to do now on the tops of the beads, I'm going to do a little dot of glue over here, also a small line over here, and on this one and on this one. And what we're going to do, we're going to place them carefully down, and we place this one against it, also in a straight line, and give it a little bit of pressure. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes again. Now we have our last piece of 6. We're going to do some glue on the underline, not on the middle, but on the underline over here. And we're going to place it straight up, and we're going to glue it on the top of our back side of the bench. So again, make sure that you have a straight line, and again, squeeze it. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying, and then we're going to build already the inside of the bench. So you see already this, we gave it a couple of minutes. We're going to turn it around because we are going to glue this one. This is already the seating area, and you see already here is a little bit, the block is standing up because we already did one piece over here. So we're going to place this one. We're going to do some glue in the middle over here because we're going to glue the back sides. And of course I should have rated with the last row of 6. I should have rated because then I can could lay it flat on the table, but I didn't. So I'm going to do this frame, this top side on the outside. I can show it to you this way. So because I love the flat inside, but you can do anything you like. So I'm going to place it on top of here, make sure that I have a straight line, and I'm going to give it some pressure also over here, and I'm going to keep it in place for a couple of minutes, but I don't let you wait for that, so I'm going to to stop the camera now. So this is how already the middle piece of the bench is turned out. Of course we are going to now glue the table in the middle. If you don't like this option, it's also fine, and you can also even place it this way to the back side. So you can do anything you like, what you like to decorate with. So I'm going to glue mine also in the middle. So now I already have my table, a middle piece in between. Now I'm going to place this aside and let it dry further on my other mat. So what I'm going to do now, we only need the sides, and the sides are very easy. What we're going to be just going to simply build our piece. We're going to start with 3 blocks this way and this way, and we're going to row them together. Very easy. And we do that because we also need another side. So we're going to start with one side, and this will be for the other side. Again, this one and this one, and we're going to row them. And after we have this one, we can easily build it further off. So we're going to let this dry in, so we are sure that both of them are really dried. So we gave both of the pieces of 3 a couple of minutes. We're going to lay one aside because we start with one side. So we're going to get our blocks. We're going to go now for 2. So we're going to do some glue on this side and on this side. And we could place it down, and with this one we only do on the underside. We place them together and we place them in the middle. So very easy. We're going to get now 3 blocks. Again, we do some glue on this side, on this side. Oh, of course we don't have to do it on the whole side. I already see that I'm going to go wrong already. So I think we're going to do it differently. Have a moment. We're just going to do very simple. On the tops we do some glue. We're going to give this a little bit of pressure, place it aside, and we do a little glue from this side until this side, and then we're going to place it over here exactly in the middle. So, and we're going to make sure that we have everything in a straight line, and you can measure it out with some blocks. So this way. Now we get 2 blocks again. Of course we need to wipe away the glue. This one is easier. Do some glue on this side and this side, and we place it over here, and this one only on the underside. And again, squeeze them together. Make sure that you have a straight line. And now we do the parts of 3 again. We're going to do the tops. And I only do this side together with you, so don't worry. I'm going to do this one, squeeze it, and we're going to place it aside very carefully. And we just do a little line of glue, and we're going to place this also in the middle. And again, make sure that you have it in a straight line with your blocks, and again, squeeze it. We're going to go for 2 blocks again. We go for this line, place it over here, and we do for this line. We're just going to make sure that we have it in the middle. Of course, we have to work with it. We have now our 3 again. We are almost there. And this one, because it's a little bit of a bigger bench. It is not really a small bench, so we need also the sides a little bit higher, or else it doesn't look really nice. And we're going to place this one in the middle. We're going to get a block, make sure that we have it straight over here. And we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows. We go now for number 8, and number 9 will be the last. So again, we place this over here. This one only on the underside. And again, make sure that you have it in a straight line. And now the last pieces of 3. And this will be some glue over here, and we're going to squeeze it, and we're going to place it carefully on the sides. We do some glue from this side until this side, and we're going to place it over here. Make sure that we have a block over here, that everything is fitting nicely. And now we're going to give it some pressure, and of course we're going to wipe away the glue. And you see already it goes a little apart, but it doesn't matter. Just stick it together, and we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes because we need an arm rest, if I'm correctly. So we already have one of our sides, and now I'm going to make the second one. Of course, I do this one faster. So you see already the 2 sides, and it's so easy to make. It is only 3, 2, 3, 2 until you have 9 high. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to place also a couple of beads of the same beads I used in the back side of the bench. I'm going to do with the openings. I'm going to place them in between. So the opening is here and here, so you don't see it. So I'm just going to do some glue on the side of the bead. I'm going to place it in. I'm going to do here the same on one side, place it in, and try to give it at least in the middle of the 2. And I'm going to do this one. And for each side you have 4 beads. And on this side, and the rest I'm going to do a little faster, because or else you get very bored. So again, I'm going to squeeze it, and like I told you, I'm going to try to get it in the, at least in the middle of the piece, because your beads are always a little bit smaller. So I'm going to do this side, and this side. So you see already I placed my bands over here, and I did some glue on this side. So over here I'm going to do some glue. I do a little bit extra to show it to you because my camera didn't work. Oh, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to place it this way. I'm going to get you a little bit closer this way, and I'm going to get one of my pieces over here, and I'm going to glue it on row number 3. So I have to show it to you this way. This will be 1, 2, 3, and here we were going to glue. So the rest will be feet. So we're going to place it over here on this one, and we're going to keep it in place for a little moment. So you see already a little bit behind the scenes, and I have here a weight on top of here to make sure that it stays in place. I did not block number 3, but I show it to you in a moment. Don't worry, this has to dry first, but I didn't do row number 3 for the bottom of the seat on top of the side. I did row number 4, the one with the beads, but you see that in a moment because it has to dry right now. But I gave it a little weight on top of the corner, so it makes sure that it glues a little better. And then I'm going to turn it over, place this one on the side with some blocks under it, because or else our beads are going to pop through. So I'm going to, but you see that in a moment. Don't worry. First we're going to let this dry, and then we're going to do the other side. You see already I placed 4 blocks. These are just simple loose blocks, and I'm going to place them next to each other, so until one piece. And now I'm going to turn over my bench, and I'm going to lay this side of the bench over here. So I do it with the loose piece, so I'm going to turn it over because this is sticking out and not 100% dry. We don't want that they're popping out, so I'm going to turn the bench over, and I'm going to lay this in between. And now we have a real study surface, so very easy. Just lay this over here, and this will be the bench, and then I only need to glue this one on the other side on top. So I'm going to turn it over. So you see, I turned them over, and now I did some glue also on this side, but only until the first piece of the inside. So, and I'm going to glue now, not on the first, the second, the third, but on the fourth. I'm going to do this side of the bench. So I'm going to hope I can show it to you, that it looks so much difficult than it really is, but you have just take your time for it and make sure that you have it even. So I'm going to give this also some pressure on top to be sure that everything stays in place. So you see, this is how the bench is turned out, and I'm really happy with the result. Of course, I hope I can show it to you on this side. You see, I did it on the row number 4. I did the, you see, I will show it on the underside, and on this side, you see, this is how I did this space, and I left over not a really the beads, the size of the bead I left over for the back side, and for the front side is only a little piece. So you can give it even some arm wrist if you're going to go for 3 blocks this way, and we're going to glue this one on top of you. Then you have an arm wrist. I'm going to do that because I think he looks then a little bit more high end. So I'm going to glue 2 times 3 blocks. So first I'm going to do this one, and this one, and then I think it looks a little bit more finished off. So we're going to do the top. So we only have a couple of things to do because he is already finished. We're only going to decorate it a little bit at the taste everyone has, because you don't have to do this same like I do. So I do this one and this one, and we're going to glue them together and this way, and make sure that everything is in a nice straight line. Of course, we're going to wipe away also here the glue, and we let this dry in for a couple of minutes. Of course, we also have the big piece we made earlier. If everything is correctly and you did this DIY together with me, then you also are wondering where I'm going to use this for. Is she forgotten? Yes, I did forget it. I really am honest, because I am always honest. My idea was to place it in between, in the middle, on the underside. This was my idea, but of course you see already it doesn't fit, because he is a little too small. But that's always what you get with blocks which are not the same size. So if you want to do it, you still can glue it on top of here and do a little bit of glue on top, and then make sure that you put some weight on top, and then you can glue it in the inside. What I'm going to do it for, because I think my front is very how do you call it, spare? No, you call it different. At least it's not giving not a high-end look. So I'm going to do is very easy. I'm going to place this one over here, and I'm going to do it a little bit backwards, not totally to the front, but a little bit on the back, a little bit to the back side. But you see that also in a moment. So don't wonder where that piece is coming from, because it was coming from something. But I totally did forget it, and now of course I am really happy with that I didn't, because now I can give the front side a better look. This is already one side of the bench, and I'm going to do some glue, very easy, in the middle over here, and I'm going to place one of them over here, and make sure that you have a nice straight line, and give it some pressure. And I have to do it a little bit to the back side, and I'm going to let it dry in. And this is how he's looking like on the front side, and I think he looks much better. We're going to do here the same again, do some little small line over here, and we're going to place this one also the same way we did with the other one. Just give it some pressure from the top lightly, feel with the front, so you have it in a straight line, and we're going to let this dry also. Now I did lay down my bench, and what I told you I'm going to do, place this one, but you can place it of course totally in a straight line over here, but I'm going to choose for a little bit on the back because I like that a little better. So I'm going to do a little glue on the side, not too much, only a little on the top side. And I'm going to do, because I have to do it this way, I'm gluing this side, you see, and a little point on this one. And now I'm going to go carefully this way, and I'm going to turn it, and I'm going to place it over here and make sure that I have it a little bit to the back side. I show it to you in a moment how he's really looking like, so don't worry. So I'm going to keep it in place for a little moment, or else it does fall down, and that's not what we want. No, my glue is not fitting under here. Maybe my Mod Podge also, he's not fitting under here. So I really have to hold it in my hand. But you don't have to wait for that. This is the last I'm going to do with mine. Of course, I'm going to paint it. And here you see how our bench finally turned out. And I'm so happy with the result, because I think he looks very high-end, and you can use it. This size is so great to place in your home. You can place it on maybe how you call it, a fireplace. You can in the middle. You can do it on a dresser. You can place it in your kitchen with some bakery things inside. You can place a little figurine with with someone is cooking or something else. You can decorate it any way you like. I'm going to paint mine, and I think I'm going to paint mine in the creamy color, but of course you can change it up any way you like. So you see already I'm almost done with my painting, and of course you see already how much does your bench change only with some coloring. And for everyone who is new here, of course, if you want to give it some waxing or staining, just make sure that you always give it a light sanding, because the wood glue is always giving some stain. So be careful with that. Always give it a light sanding, and then do your wax or maybe your paint on top of here. I'm using chalk paint, and then you don't see it anymore. So I finish this off, and you see in a moment a quick impression.
Welcome to Deco Easy, the channel of me and my mother-in-law Jenny, who is ready for a new craft with these fellas here, the tumbling tower blocks. For the ones new to our channel, welcome. I will explain to you what we use. These blocks is that we are using. They are 5 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide, or 1.5 at least. They are very good to work with. These are the blocks that we use right now. They come from a web shop which sells party supplies, you know, games and all that kind of stuff, decorations, clothing, whatever you want to have. And yeah, since this is a game which you can play on a party, they sell it too. But they come, yeah, they are very rare in stock, so Jenny and I buy them really in massive numbers when they are there. This is a box of 45 pieces. You pay €3 for this. And I think that's an eager price nowadays. Hopefully they're not going to raise it. Before we had another shop, Action. Action is similar to Dollar Tree, but then here in the Netherlands, Action has many good items. Like for example, this crafting mat. I'm also using, you will need that by the way as well, the wood glue from Action. I don't know if you know this brand, Patix. Yeah, it's a very common brand here in the Netherlands, but they also sell it at Action for, I think this whole bottle is €1.5 or maximum €2. Really cheap, it lasts super long, and the quality is good, it's really strong, and it dries up transparent, which is nice. But before, they also sold these things here. However, they were a little bit bigger. I think they were this tall, and yeah, compared to the other one, and a little bit wider. And then you had a box of 60 pieces for €3. We haven't seen that game anymore since I think months or maybe a year from now. And yeah, so we just use these. They're a good alternative. Okay, I think we did enough talking. Let's go and jump into the craft. Okay, what we have here, a really big piece of wood that I used in my previous home, and almost every kind of seasonal decor. I had this standing here inside of my tray on my salon table or dining table, and then I put on various items. But since I moved in here, I'm not using it that much anymore, so I thought, why not going to use this one for good crafting? Well, this here was the original color, and this is exactly the part that we're going to use. I had these underneath here, these yeah, well, we can also use the other part, by the way. These anti-scratch parts, so I can move everything around without damaging surfaces. Because especially here, it's a pretty rough item. Okay, now I see how the glue comes off. I think it's better that we use the other side for the DIY. No, the fabric is still here. But we need to get these off. You also might see, oh, come here, you. Little holes here. Don't know if you can see it. There are here two. Can you just see it now? And that is because this thing was on a razor. But I didn't like the raised part, so I just removed the screws and the whole metal that was underneath. And then we got this nice ring of wood. And I put beeswax upon it. But that was years ago, and it doesn't feel greasy anymore at all. Cleaned it many times, so yeah, I think it's suitable for crafting. But I don't know if no, this will be the gluing part. Why? I was so busy on my hat, sorry. Why am I going to use this part as the back part? Because I want these blocks here to go around. You know, like some sort of sun or whatever you want to call it. Just a nice display. And this is unvarnished, unpainted wood. This is blank wood as well. And I think that when I use this side for the gluing, everything will glue down much better. Because this thing here really needs to suck up onto the wood. And with this protective layer of beeswax, I don't think that the glue can, really suck into the wood that well. So I'm going to use this part. And I'm carefully just going to lay around all these blocks to see how many blocks we need. And yeah, I think then we are ready to start gluing everything around. So let's speed it up. Hopefully they don't tumble down, because I feel that is going to happen today. Well, let's go. Okay, this must be some sort of it. I think this will do. What I'm going to do, I have some leftovers here. Turn that away so I know that I don't need to use this. Now, yeah, I'm going to get everything off, I know, because I want everything to position right. And then I'm going to do the whole thing again, but now I know exactly how many blocks I need to start gluing away. The good thing is that we're gluing on the back, not on the front. So if you make a mistake, no one sees it. You can just rearrange everything. And that is so nice about this wood glue that you... Oh, it's stuck. Ah, that is me again. Yeah, it comes loose. That's so nice about this glue gun, wood glue instead of glue gun. You can move around your objects if you're not completely satisfied, because this thing needs some drying time. As you can see, this is the nozzle that might get stuck sometimes if you don't clean it well enough, or if you forget to close the cap, which I put in this holder here. I had that many times that I forgot this thing to put it back on, and then I just take a needle and scratch into the nozzle, and then everything opens up again. Okay, I think I'm going to just like this. I'm not going to do it really differently. By putting glue upon every block, I'm just going to pour a big layer, thick layer of glue onto the edge. And now it feels like icing a cake. my mind is on food always. There we go. Now we can just do our thing, and you can watch me doing this satisfying go around with the blocks. Don't forget to close the cap. There we go. Everything was in the right place, and this thing just jammed down again. This edge here is somehow a little bit of a problem edge. There we go again. Because the wood is very, well, how should I call it? Hairy. The glue won't stick that well. That is a little bit of a pity. Just going to divide it a little bit better, but I don't want to divide that much, otherwise I'm ruining the whole thing. Because I already can see that blocks begin to tumble over, and however there are tumbling tower blocks here, I don't want them to tumble over my DIY. Okay, now press everything again really quick. See, there was one heading down again. Now quickly, carefully laying this here. I'm going to hold the center while I'm going to find myself a really big heavy object that I put upon here, until everything is dry. So hopefully that will be quick, otherwise we have to wait a little longer. I just used 2 big heavy crates with some heavy filled cans inside there, and everything so good so far. Hopefully it will stay that way until the glue is dry, and I think that will take a little while because the humidity is pretty high here. It's raining and it's quite cold for the time of the year, so we need to have a little bit of patience, unfortunately. This is what the plaque looks like right now after the drying process, and personally I think we could use more of these blocks. So what I'm going to do is just overlay them on the part here where you still see some space between the blocks. And I'm going to continue like this, and then we have a really nice covered up edge around the wooden plaque. There. This looks much better, doesn't it? Quickly, I'm going to close down the cap of the glue. Here and there, I just need to put on some extra glue, but I believe everything is strong and secured now. You still might see some white of the glue here peeping through. Don't worry, that will dry up transparent. We're not going to see it. However, we're going to paint it afterwards anyway, so no big deal. I'm going to let this dry for, I think, an hour or so, and then we can do the painting part. By the way, for the painting, I'm going to use the white paint from the construction market again, and I also need a really fine small brush so I can get in between those blocks really well. And therefore I just have these. Oh, well, I can't reach them right now. Anyway, there are really small pencils that I also got from Action. Normal they were using for watercoloring for toddlers and stuff, but I like to use them for just normal painting. And I also have a bigger brush so I can paint the flat sides of the blocks with. But first, wait until it's dry. Everything has been painted, hope you can see properly. It's white, the coverage is wonderful, and it's time to start decorating. Therefore, I have here a really big bag with all kind of wooden letters. And first I thought of making home here just in the center. Actually, I want to do something else. I want to make shine because it cheers you up. Oops. Let me store that away. It cheers you up. This looks like some kind of sun. And I also want to add yellow flowers here on the edge. So yeah, you have a really cheerful day when you see this. So I'm going to grab myself some of that wooden letters, put that away, and I'm going to paint it with this blackboard paint that I have here. This stuff comes from Action as well, and it costs €6 for this can. That might be expensive for Action, but to be honest, this paint is really good. The coverage is superb. It's very easy to apply, and you don't, actually this can't go wrong. So I just grabbed myself another watercoloring pencil, one with a sharp tip, so I can get very well into, sharp corners and edgy things. So let's go. Letters are done. I make a shine here. Well, let's lay these letters down. Are they in the right position? Just laying them down. Make sure that the eye here is in the center. I really want to divide everything here throughout the wood. So I always like to start. I have the glue gun here at the ready, by the way. Still need to turn it on. And first, I always want to start with the lantern in the center. Let me see, is everything just straight? I have to stand up to see. Not completely. This is better. What did I wanted to say again? Oh yes, that I always start by gluing down the letter in the center, so I didn't really know how to divide everything better. Let me wait until this is completely warm. I put it upon, you can't see it because the power cord isn't long enough. Oh, you can see it now. Put it on the power cord, so make sure that the glue is as hot as possible, because that makes a difference with this glue gun. Have you ever seen these tiny glue sticks? Because I hadn't until I bought this one from Little from the Parkside brand. They are so, super cute, but they're also hard to find. Only shop that I found them is Little by itself. But yeah, I'm very happy with my glue gun. Okay, is this thing already a little bit warmer? Not completely, but it will need an extra glue stick already. I really want the glue to be dripping out. What we're going to do next is start by gluing this one here. Then I'll move over to these two, and then over here. Now it starts dripping a little bit better. We're almost there. Why do I want the glue to be super hot? Because I know there is a really greasy layer underneath here. That is the beeswax. I had to paint the wooden plaque 2 times, and the Tumbling tower blocks just only once. The greasiness still came through, and the white paint started to turn brown slowly over time, and that wasn't what we wanted. Okay, I think I'm going to give it a chance. I think it's ready. Okay, start with the eye first. I didn't, by the way, paint this side, so I know the glue is going to last longer. If you're wondering why don't I be using the glue, the wood glue, actually because I'm a little bit afraid that that won't work on that greasy layer. This does. Okay. H doesn't need to be that super much glue in there. And because these letters are pretty light weighted. E. Unfortunately, the Action stopped selling them again. That's really a disadvantage about the Action. They have super nice stuff, but they don't restock items that often. There we go. So especially when you're shopping for Christmas supplies, And make sure that you apply them in an instant way. Oh God, that wasn't supposed to happen. Well, anyway, now you know that everything is glued down because this thing is pretty heavy. I wanted to show you this. Whoops. Okay, time to start decorating with the flowers I told you about. I have some basic green stuff here. Here, just these branches. You can cut them off, glue them instant like this, or maybe that looks also pretty cool. Glue them down here. Then you will need a really big layer of glue, but if you do this, I'm afraid that you won't see the, how do you call it, the blocks so well anymore. Let me test it on this side. Yeah, I think I want to have it laying down on this edge here, but therefore we gotta glue really precise, but that's going to work out. And what I want to show you are the flowers. These flowers here, and I think they go on pretty well with the darker color of the greenery. Now I'm going first to put the base layer on, that is this layer. And yeah, these came from a larger branch. Maybe we also can do something with, yeah, I think that, oh no, I know what I want to make. I want to have a ribbon here. I have yellow ribbon that I'm going to use, and then I work my way up, and then here just make a small, yeah, ribbon actually that I want to use. A bow, that was the word what I wanted to use. Okay, now I'm just laying down this so I know where to glue. And this branch here needs a really thick layer of glue. Oops, not the leaves. Oops. I am super clumsy today. No, this isn't that hot anymore, luckily. Where was I? Oh yeah, on this branch here. And this is why we need such hot glue. Quickly put it in the right place. Now don't let go, because we first want the glue, that was my finger that hurt it. First we want the glue to be cooled down so the whole thing can settle and find its way. The good thing about this branches is that we can cheat a little bit with putting glue here underneath this leaf, for example. I'll show you what I mean. Just put a dot of glue here, and then instantly just pop like that, and it's a little bit more secured. And now there are spider webs suddenly everywhere. Why is that happening? Didn't have that much often with these kind of glue gun. Okay, I'm going to work my way up. Do the same thing here, first laying it down, and then I know which branch I gotta glue. The one in the center here. Can you see what I'm doing? I'll try to show you, but this DIY is pretty big, so I have some issues sometimes with the camera angle. Ouch. Oh. The paint came loose on that part. Well, that glue is certainly super hot right now. Don't burn your fingers. But that's easier said than done. Where do I want another level of support? I think here, but that is a, yeah, I'll use this one. There we go. By doing that, I will turn it around so you can see better what I meant. If I get rid of that spider web again. Maybe that's because it's too hot. Should that be? Oh, I already see what's going on. There is a leaking part here underneath the nozzle. Go away. Ah, I'm making it worse. Look. This here, now don't let it fall down, Dyanne. And now I'm working my way up by sticking some new greenery behind there. And that I'm going to do it from this way because I don't want to turn it upside down. I'll speed this process up a little bit because you already know what I'm going to do. There we go. the green base layer attached, and I also cheated on this one because you saw me adding tiny little branches on the big branch, because on parts where I thought, there should be more green visible on that part, I just put on the smaller leaves and glued them on top. Okay, now let's see, where are the flowers? Carefully pulling one off of the branch to see. Yeah, I think this is the nicest. Just only stick in these flowers in between. Don't want to cut off any kind of green from this branch. Just the tiny flowers. You can glue or you can just stick them through, and I think that works well. Just do them on places where you like to have some more flowers. It doesn't have to be that much if you don't want to. A little bit more playful. Otherwise we have the flowers on the same spot on each side, and that's not what I like. There. Shall I do 3 on each side? I think that looks cool. Or it's just too hard to pick. No, over here is better. And you can do this, of course, with also other kinds of green. That is totally your choice. Now it looks more natural to me. You see what I did? Just put them in between. And I love how the color shine, the yellow of the sun, the shape of this sign, and the word all come together. Turn this one off for now, because I'm going to grab my box full of leaves. I want to say leaves because I'm taking a look at leaves. Ribbons to find the yellow one. While the glue gun is charging, I found 2 kinds of ribbons. This one here is a brand new package from Action. They got it at Easter, and yeah, I didn't use the yellow one yet. Ribbon is really hard to find here in the Netherlands, so yeah, 20 meters of just yellow ribbon. That is really rare thing. I also had this. Johnny bought that one's on, by the way, all this is non-wired, unfortunately. Wired ribbon is even much rarer to get. Bought this one on AliExpress or Temu or something like that. And I thought it was a good idea to combine them, but I don't know about it. Let me see, there is still a piece of masking tape here. Just cut off the first piece. There we go. I don't know if it's a nice combination or not. Maybe it's a little bit too much. What if we only do the yellow, and what if we only do the black one? I think I'll go for yellow today. I feel like I'm in a yellow mood. Okay, let's make a ribbon. Put this away, and I'm going to flip my crafting mat because I have a measurement lid there. Oh, you weren't stuck well enough. There you go then. Okay, here I know how long or short I need to cut. What shall we say? Think about this. That shall be about 25 centimeters for one part. Oh, come on. There we go. What we're going to do, oh, of course, I need to turn this one on. I want to make double loops, so I'm going to grab another piece in the same length. What I'm going to do is glue these edges together. I think this one is pretty warm yet. Yeah, it is. Turn them or glue them together so we have one big loop. Yeah, and if you have a double printed ribbon or wired ribbon, this works much better. Unfortunately, we don't have that now. This side here. No, what was that? I had the right side. And then I'm going to make a bow. But I'm doing a fake one. Because I don't have a bow maker. I wish I had one. There. Now what you can do is just glue these two down. Put the one into the other one. Glue them down there. And glue them down there. But then I think you need some more loops, which we can do, or you just do this. Then you have a little smaller loop. That looks cute too. I think I'm going for that option today. So we put on glue here in the center. Now don't wait too long, otherwise it's being cooled down. You, whoops, take the other part, little twist, and then put one down, or sorry, put one down, put the other one down, and then you have a double bow. So once again, some glue in here. Then I press down the one which I put in the last. And then I add some more glue. And then I put down the other side. Now I'm having a really fancy bow, which I can put down like that. One thing is missing, or actually two things. The wrapper around is missing. Let's see what I can do about that. And the fishtails are missing too. This is annoying. Why won't it go down at once? Let's see how long the fishtails need to be. I think this size is perfect, so I know that for the next cut. I'll do them a little bit longer just to make sure that I can glue them on right away. Because I have 20 meters, so that's long enough. There, now we make the fishtails, fold them double. I said fold them double. Cut your way toward the outer edge in an angle. And then we have our fishtail. Do the other one the same way. And as I said, make sure that you cut down to the outer edge, not towards the inner edge, sorry. Believe me, I've done that way too much. There we go. This is trash. Now, I don't need to glue down because I want to have some sort of wrapper around. You see, like this. But I'm not sure if this is too wide or that I should fold down or double the ribbon. But that might look weird because we have... Yeah, this could be nice if you don't have fishtails, but I'm going to do it just this way. Once again, grab some glue. Glue it here. Then you push it down. Ouch. I pushed a little bit too hard. It came through. Okay, wait until this is cooled down before you continue on your journey. Because we're going to wrap it around. And then you might have to pull tight. Or just not. You don't have to. You can also just loosely lay it around, but I don't like that. Let me see if I grip it tighter. Does it look more natural to me? But then I will need to cut off an edge. I think this size here should do. I hope that I can explain what I'm doing to you. Okay, now wrap it around, don't glue yet, and see if you're satisfied with the wrapping result. If not, then you can just rearrange, but I'm happy. Holding down this part with my finger, add a tiny dot of glue, and then put the wrap down. Then we're almost there. This is our bow. And the next thing we have to do is put fishtails on. Just some more glue. There is a lot of glue here in the back, but you just don't see it. One goes down that way, and the other one goes down this same way, but then in the other direction. Just one big press with the scissors. It's a little bit too hot for my fingers. Turn this flaw off. Oh no, don't turn it off. We have to glue it to the wreath. Oh, I'm super clumsy today. Here, now we have a really nice bow. Well, that looks really high-end, but it's super easy to make. But you need a lot of glue for that. Okay, last part, attaching. That will be here. Maybe a little bit higher. Let's see what looks nice. I can't see it if it's turned upside down. Do you want to need to hang it down, or do you want to let it look upwards? I think that I want to have it upwards. So once more, big dot of glue here. Now we take it over here and just lay it carefully in the position where you want it to stay. You can arrange a little bit where you want to have it, and then it's done. Can you see it? I hope you can. Anyway, I will show it to you later, but you can really see how nice the bow turned out. Interior or in your wreath. I really love how detailed the greenery is. I love the combination of the yellow ribbon with the yellow flowers and the greenery. To me it looks very rustic, and I like the double layer of them.
On the table are the things we need for this DIY for today, and of course I have here my tumbling tile blocks, the smaller blocks, and of course my container already with everything inside, some brushes, markers, scissors, some skewers, and of course my wood glue. But you can also use some hot glue like I always say, but be careful that it doesn't break apart. And of course some paint at your choice, and I have here my piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue we don't need. Of course, what we're going to make for today, we are going to make some planters, and we're going to make some cactus inside of it. I hope I say it right. Here in the Netherlands we call it cactus, so it's only the pronouncing is different, but I think it's also writing the same. So, but it's a little bit of a different sound. So this is what we're going to make, but of course with my own twist on it. And you see already the first step is for the first size of our cactus will be 4 pieces of 7, and we're going to do very easy. We're just going to do on the longer side, we do some glue, place it down, we do here some glue, and we're going to roll them together until one piece, and this way. And I only do this together with you, don't worry. So this is number 6, and number 7 is the closure up, and we're going to do this row over here. And of course everyone can make their shape of the cactus the way they want to. I only give you an inspiration. But cactuses are in so many different sizes and shapes. You have round ones, you have longer ones, so you can go all the way. So I'm only going to do 2 sizes of kind of the longer ones. But like I told you, you also can do maybe a kind of a little bit of a ball. And this is number 2. And then we already have almost the base of our first cactus. We're going to squeeze it, but we're going to squeeze it from within to the outside over here, and we're going to give it some pressure. You do here the same, squeeze it from within and go to the outside, and here the same, because if you are really doing it on the outside, sometimes it pops out. At least that's what I already have so many times. So we're going to squeeze it, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. So we go over it, over the top. And always when you do your little piece of kitchen towel over it, always make sure afterwards, look for that everything is still in the same size. So we're going to give it only a couple of minutes and then we're going to glue it together. So we have all 4 of them. We're going to turn them aside and we're going to lay 3 of them on the side because we're going to row them together. We do some glue on the line and make sure that every block has a little bit of glue. We go over here and we go in this one and we're going to place them down. This is 1, number 2 and number 3, and now we're going to very easy going to work to the inside to fill in, like I always say, the open gaps, because we don't like open gaps. So we get a nice plank, and of course you see already a little bit over here, but we're going to squeeze it very carefully until one piece, and this one is still a little open. Now we're going to get our kitchen towel and we're going to wipe away the glue. The only thing what we need for this one is 4 blocks. We're going to glue them together, 1, and number 2 and number 3, and we're going to row this one also together. This is already 1, and we're going to make a second one of 4. We do some glue over this 4 and we're going to squeeze them also this way, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes until this is also dried in. And if it doesn't still move, it doesn't matter, you can easily, and if it breaks, easily just glue it together again, because this one is also not dry yet. So if I take it up, it will break. So, but it doesn't matter, don't worry, just glue it together again and you're fit to go, because it doesn't matter, it's very forgiving. So now we gave it a couple of minutes. We're going to do some glue on this side and on this side, because we're going to glue it against this other piece. So we're going to do this one, and now we're going to do it very carefully in the middle of this one, and we're going to fill in also here the open gaps on this side. And you see here, try as close as you can this way, and I'm going to give it a wipe. And now you see it looks more like a cutting board if I'm looking right now, but I'm going to do this one because it's the cactus still needs to have an kind of a body to fill in your planter. So that's why I do this piece. We're going to do my second mat. I'm going to place it against here. I'm going to place it over here, and here is for drying. Now we're going to do the other size of the cactus. Now I have, for the bigger size, I have 5 times 7 blocks on the table, but you can go even bigger. You can do 6 rows of 7 if you want to have a really long cactus. So you can, as crazy as you like. I show you this one, so this will be kind of a smaller size and a medium size. But do you want really a large one, then go over and just do 6 pieces of 12. You can like I told you, so as crazy as you like. I don't want them have too big because the space needs to be ready for such a big cactus, and that mine is not that big. So I'm doing a little bit of the smaller ones, and I do 7 blocks wide, but you also can go for, maybe if you want to have it even more wider, then you go for more blocks wide. But I think a little bit of the smaller size, because then you can place them anywhere in your decor. And that's eventually what you want, because you want to use it all season long. Of course, cactus you also can use in the winter season. You can give it some wintry look. So you can go for all seasons, but that's not everyone's cup of tea. Everyone doesn't like cactus in the winter. But for everyone who does, you can change it up any way you like. So again, we're going to work from the inside, squeeze it, and we're going to press it out over here. We do here the same, and we give it some pressure again, just the same like we did with the inside. And you see already, I was already pressing on the outside. That's not really always a wise decision to do, but over here, and this is again from the inside. And now we're going to give this also a couple of minutes rest. And now we're going to turn them again this way in the longest line of our mat, we're going to place this one on the side. And now we need 4 instead of 3. And we do some glue over here. And we do some glue over here. And this one. And the last, number 4. And we're going to place them down this way. This is already 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. And now we're going to lay them in one direction, and then we're going to lightly squeeze it. And you see already the open gaps are filling in very nicely, as long as you don't wait longer than only a couple of minutes. But like I told you, if it's only a couple of minutes, then things can break, but it breaks also with me, so it doesn't matter. I'm just like you all. We are learning along, and we're going to have already the bigger size. What we're going to do, we need again the 4 blocks, and we need another one of 4, because like I told you, we need a kind of a stand for keep it in place of the plant, or else the cactus will be going inside of the pot, and that's not what we want. Maybe I have it too long, but I try always to do it as less cutting with the jigsaw as possible, because I just got a comment also from Gabby. Gabby, I read your comment. Of course, I know everyone doesn't have a jigsaw. I really wish I could make all the DIYs without sawing, but sometimes you just need to saw if you want to make something different. But I totally understand you. If you don't have the jigsaw laying around, it's always a little bit harder. So I try always to do it as less as I can, and also make DIYs where you don't have to use your saw. But with this one, with the cactus, you need, at least for the top, you need some sawing. So you can also use a hand saw. You don't always have to use the jigsaw, but of course with a hand saw it's a little bit more difficult. And if you have something on your hands like I have on my hands, it's really, a hand saw is not a good thing. So I totally understand you, Gabby. It's sometimes it's difficult when you don't have a jigsaw laying around. So, and I'm really sorry about that. I wish I could do all of them without sawing. So we're going to give this a couple of minutes rest. So I place this one on the side. I'm going to do some glue over here. And I'm going to do some glue on this one, because we're going to glue it again on the underside. So we're going to glue one over here and one on the back side. And we're going to carefully press it and make sure that you have a nice line contacted over here, because we don't want that it is falling apart. So, and now we have almost everything without even a gap. If you have gaps, you can use some wood filler, or maybe some speckle, if you call it. Here in the Netherlands, we always, most of the time, use wood filler. So I'm going to let this go over to my second mat, also over here. And I'm going to let this rest also. Now we're going to go further with the 2 planters. We are going to do 2 bottoms, of course, for one and for the other one. We have 4 times 5. We are going to glue them together, also in a straight line, the same like we did with the cactus itself. And we're going to do 4 blocks, and number 5 is to close you up. We're going to do here number 2 and number 3. And number 4 and number 5 is to close you up again. Now we do bottom number 2, and the is also 5 blocks each, and row them together, and this size, and a number 3 and number 4 and number 5 is to close you up again, squeeze it together, squeeze it, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes again. Also this one we are going to turn this way. We're going to place one on the side. We do some glue over here, and we're going to place it together. We do here the same, and we're going to place this one also together until one piece. Fill in the open gaps, and we do here the same, and make sure that you have a nice straight line, because you have to glue some sides on it, so it needs to be as straight as you can. Over here we're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to give this some rest. Now we're going to make the sides. We have here our bottoms. I place them on the side. I place them against me. What we're going to do, I have 9 pieces of 2 and we're going to do the tops, some glue, and we're going to glue them together. We do here the same, place them together. It's very easy, this way and over here. And for this planter, you don't have to get a saw, you just easy can glue them together. So you can always make the planter on its own if you don't have the jigsaw. So I'm going to give it some pressure. We're going to squeeze it and make sure that you have a straight line. I always feel with my fingers, but you can use some carpenter's hook or square. And of course we're going to let this rest. I'm going to wipe away the tops. You see already this one is not totally straight, so I'm going to make sure that I have it in a straight line. And we're going to wipe away the tops, the glue. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. Now we have our 9 pieces of 2. What we're going to do, we're going to place one this way. We're going to do some glue on this side, over here, and we're going to turn it over, and we're going to do some glue on this side. And very careful because it still can break. It is not totally dry yet. You see already, this is what I mean. It can still even break. So squeeze it together again, and we're going to place this over here, and we're going to place this one against it. So until one piece. I have to wipe away my hands, and we're going to make sure that everything is in a straight line. We're going to do some glue on this side again. Over here, we turn it over. And we do some glue over here, and you see already if it does break, it doesn't matter. You can easily make it whole again, and you do this one, and we place this one against here. Make sure that everything is fitting. Then you're going to give it some pressure over here, and we do the another one. We place some glue over here. We turn it over. We do some glue on this side. And we're placing it down against here. We place this one already on the top, so we get a nice texture in our wood. This is already, and the last of this way, just do some glue. We do some glue over here, and we're going to place it down, and we're closing it up with the last one. Very easy, squeeze it and feel with your fingers that you have a nice straight line again, because that's what you want. And now you have already one side of a planter, but of course each planter needs 4 sides. So we're going to let this dry, place it over here, and every time feel with your finger that you have a nice straight line, because now you can still work with it. When it's dried in, it's harder to do. So we're going to do the next one. So I did fill up my my placemat with of course 2 times 9 rows. You see here 9 and you see here 9. We already have one side, then afterwards we still need one side for a planter. So I'm going to do this of course a little faster. We have already 2 rows of 9 blocks of 2. So we're going to do very easy again. Just place it on the side. You just do some glue on this side, and of course on this side, and not like I do it on each side because I glue everything already under. And you see already I place it just on my table. You see. You see, this is also DIY, things that go right and doesn't go right. So you see already this is already a number 2. We're just going to fill in and feel with your fingers that you have a nice straight line. We're going to do this one with some glue. I only do this one together with you. Don't worry about it. The rest I will do faster. And of course this one. And we're going to place this next to this one. And we're going to fill it up with this one. And we are already almost there. We're going to do this one. And on this line, place it down again. Fill it up with this one. And the last. Ooh, now this is not my day. You can't see it better than with things that go wrong than today. Because everything is falling down, gluing wrong. So this is your day. If you want to laugh, this is your day today. Because everything is really going wrong. I'm going to squeeze a little. And I'm going to feel with my fingers where I need to readjust. Where I need to go up and a little down. And feel with your fingers. And then give it some pressure again. And I do the other ones a little faster. So at the ending, we will have 2 bottoms and 8 pieces of this one. So you see on the sides how they are looking like. And we will have 8 pieces. And then you will see what we do the next step. And you see already we have our 2 bottoms. And of course our 8 pieces with the sides. It is a little bit of figuring out, because just lay your bottom on the table, get 4 pieces and just work with it. Maybe you can place it over here, maybe and you have to look for which side is closing the best to each other. I show it to you in a moment. I'm going to do this side. I'm going to do some glue from here until here until here. I do here the same. I'm going to go down over here. I go up over here. And of course I need to do it over here. From this side I only need the underside. And here also the same. So now it's very easy. We're just going to place this one against here. We place this one against here. And we're going to place this one straight up and glue it together on this one. And we do this one over here. And now we're going to close it up. And you see already we get a corner on each of our planter. So we have to get them in the middle. We're going to squeeze it. And this way, and you have to, this is what I mean, but you just have to look for, because all the sides are not totally the same, because sometimes it's a little bit more round, a little bit more straight up. So you have to, maybe you turn it around, you can turn it this way, you can turn it this way, you can maybe place it over here, you can place it over here. Just look for the 4 sides which are fitting the best to each other. So you're going to go over here. We're going to squeeze it, turn it around. We're going to squeeze this one also on the side. And now we're going to give it at least an hour rest before we're going to work with it. I place my planters on the side, and now I'm going to get my pieces of wood. At least it looks like my cutting boards. I'm going to get my pencil and I'm going to work, because this is the bottom. I'm going to carefully work from the outside and try to make the cactus I like, but that's for everyone their own taste, because not everyone likes the same shape. So I'm just going to try to give it the shape I like. And of course you can do your own shape. So you see already I have my shape of my cactus, and I'm going to go to the garage and I'm going to cut it off just simply around the lines. And then we will see how they are looking like in our planter. But first I'm going to cut both of them out. And here are the cactuses that I made, of course. It's very simple to do. You just make just a shape out of it. It doesn't matter how you do it, because it always looks most of the time like a cactus. The only thing I was debating with myself, if I have it long enough that he is coming out of my pot. So I'm going to do 4 blocks extra on the underside on this one and on this one. So it's very easy. Just make 4 pieces together like this. Of course, when you want to do it in a hurry, it never works. I'm just going to do 4 blocks in this way. I'm going to squeeze it, give it a little bit of pressure. I'm going to wipe away the glue this way, and I'm going to do some glue on the underside of our cactus. So very easy. I don't know what it is today, but everything is falling down. And I'm going to glue this together. So now we already have 1 row longer. I'm going to do for this one the same. So I did both of them a row longer. I'm going to place them aside. What we're going to do right now, we're going to get our planters, and we're going to, at least if I get them off my table, you see, we are going to give them a color. I think I'm going to do mine in the creamy white color, but choose any color you like. So I always start from the inside, but of course you don't have to do the inside if you are going to do the cactus inside and fill it up with space. So you don't have to paint it. I just do a little piece. I don't know if I do it in totally, but at least a little bit of the inside, and then I'm going to go to the outside. So before we're going to paint, of course, our cactus, because already we have our pot is already painted, I'm going to get 4 blocks, and I'm going to do some glue on one side. And I do this with hot glue, not with wood glue, but with hot glue, because it doesn't have to, it doesn't hold too much. So I'm going to go for this one, and I'm going to place it on the underside over here. Make sure that you have it straight over here and give it some pressure. This is already one, and now we're going to do the other one, but of course I'm going to place this down. I'm going to do some glue, and then I'm going to place my block down this way, place it over here, and make sure that you have it in the straight line, of course, over here, and squeeze it and press it down. So we kind of making a stand for the cactus on its own. So this is already one. So we do here the same. We do some glue over here. We place this one in the middle, and again to the underside. Give it some pressure over here. And I have to remove a little bit of the glue, because or else it doesn't stand. And now we're doing some glue over here. And we're going to place this one straight up, and we're going to do this block over here and make sure that we have it in the same length. Of course, we're going to squeeze it, and we're going to give this a couple of seconds, and then we're going to paint our cactus. And of course, I'm going to do it in 2 different kind of green, and I just give it a nice light paint color, not too heavy. So my first cactus I'm going to do in a little bit of the darker green color. Oh, you see already he is really green, and he's always going everywhere. Of course you can do it in a little box, but this one is to make the other one a little bit lighter, because I only have 1 color of green. So I'm going to go over it, and I'm going to go around all the edges. And then I'm going to wipe off what I don't need, because I don't want it to have it too big or too dark. So a little over here. Of course, don't forget the sides and the back side. So I take my time for it. And you see in a moment how it's turned out. This is how the first one turned out. And you see already the lighter pieces inside. But it did It crashes my brush, but it doesn't matter because I did very hard go over it to make sure that it is a nice light sanding with some lighter colors through it. So now I'm going to get some paint. I'm going to do some green inside and some cream inside, and I make it a little bit lighter for the second one. So you see, this is the color I'm going to use. It's a little bit of the brighter green. So I'm just going to work my way down on my, of course I have to get some of my paint off because it's a little bit too much. So I'm going to go and lightly go over it. And you see already it's a totally different color than the other one. So I'm going to do this the same way. I'm just going to paint it in, and later I'm going to rub most of the paint off. So I'm going to take my time for it. I hope you are taking your time for it also, because that gives always a nicer look if it is painted very nicely. So I have both of my cactuses painted, of course, and I am doing an experiment with the color because I have a darker color and I have a lighter color. This is the paint for the lighter color. I did keep it, and I'm going to give it kind of a little, just a little, which looks like thorns, but I'm going to give them just with a skewer. I'm just going to dip it in the point in some paint, and I'm just going to make little kind of V's on top of here, and just how you think you find them looking. So this is a little bit how mine is looking. I'm going to do also the back side, and with the other one who is lighter, I do the darker green color. So I'm just doing the opposite direction of the colors. So I'm going to finish this off. And of course, then we're going to do the other one with darker green. So you see now I have the lighter green, and I'm going to get again some of my paint, and I'm just going to do the darker green, some little V's, and I do them straight up, but I do them also upside down. So just make a texture inside of your cactus the way you like it. Of course, you can do something else if you think, now I like a little bit. Maybe you can also do some thumb nails, if I'm correctly, and do them upside down, glue them on top of here. Then you also have your thorns on top of here. So you can go as crazy as you like. So I'm going to take my time now also for the dark green. So you see already both of them have now their little spots on them, and I think they look very cute. Of course, I'm going to do now some glue on the underside, and I'm going to glue them inside of my planter, and then I'm going to decorate it. But you see that in a moment, the quick impression, because everyone else can decorate it the way they want to. So do some glue on the underside if you have this, and you only need to glue them inside of your pot. And if you don't make the pot, you can also use a little planter for yourself. Maybe you can buy some with Dollar Tree, or maybe if you are here in the Netherlands, you can buy them from the Action. So you don't have to make both of them. I did it, but you don't have to do it. So you see in a moment, like I told you, the quick impression.